Okay, good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Thank you all for being here. This morning, we will have our invocation given by Pastor Adam Carrington from Brooks AME Worship Center. Pastor.
Greetings, Mayor and Council. Let us pray. Gracious Father, we come before you today to give you honor, praise, and to say thank you for allowing us to call on your most holy and righteous name. We thank you for your abundant grace, mercy, and your love for all. Dear God, our nation is full of strife, turmoil, and confusion, especially now as we try to defend and navigate our way through this pandemic, a silent killer called coronavirus, COVID-19, and now as Delta and Lambda and other variants. We ask, dear Lord, that you extend your powerful hand and put a hedge of protection around us all so that no weapon formed against us shall prosper. God, we also understand that you are all-knowing, all-seeing, all-powerful. So God, help us all to understand that you and you alone know what is best, not only for our nation, but for our wonderful city called Corpus Christi. God, we ask that you anoint by the power of your Holy Spirit and endow wisdom on our mayor, our city council members, our city manager, staff, city attorneys, and anyone who will provide recommendations, vote, and make decisions on behalf of Corpus Christi. Dear Lord, have your way in this meeting, allowing your Holy Spirit to penetrate the hearts and minds of every city official and those in leadership positions as they face the difficult challenges set before them today. Help them to stay on task, working together in harmony, and remind them that nothing is too hard for you. Dear God, we thank you for the opportunity to accomplish the work and the goals for this day. And God, I end this prayer in your Son, Jesus' name, and for those who believe, said amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Carrington. And our pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas flag will be led by Juliana Gomez. She is a communications major at Texas A&M Corpus Christi.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now for the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Juliana. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Billy Lerma.
Here.
John Martinez.
Here.
Ben Molina.
Present.
Mike Pusley. That's okay. Greg Smith.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Huerta. We're going to go ahead and do a swearing in ceremony. If anyone is here to be sworn in for a board or committee, or yes, please come forward. Okay, so everyone here, let's see. Why don't you tell us what board you are going to serve on?
Arts and Cultural Commission.
The Marina Advisory Committee.
Sister City Committee.
Marina Advisory Committee.
Okay, wonderful. So we are missing two people that will come and be scheduled at another council meeting to be sworn in. So today I would ask for all of you, I want to thank you in advance for the service that you will give. It's extremely important, every single one of these boards and committee, and the council takes your appointment very seriously, so thank you for accepting. If you'll please raise your right hand and state your own name after I say the word "I" and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of a member of the board to which I have been appointed and upon which I am about to enter, and will do the best of my ability to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state and of this city, so help me God. Okay, congratulations. We have Robert Kelly and Alyssa Barrera Mason who will be joining us. They are also on committees that we will hold the same swearing in for. So thank you all very, very much. Please turn to your councilmen and let them congratulate you all. Right? So if you would all, are they going to, yes? Oh, we need a picture, right? Okay. Sarah, we're going to take a quick picture, and then if everyone can go, or did y'all already go to the city secretary's? Oh, you did already? Okay.
It's a big one.
Okay. So we have, next we have public comment. Or do you suggest we wait 5 minutes, Ms. Woodham?
It's at approximately 12 if you want to get started.
Okay. Okay, so before we begin, I'll ask City Attorney Miles Risley to review the council meeting rules of decorum. The rules will also be visible on the screens in the chambers and for the television, our television audience. Mr. Risley.
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Great, thank you. So I'll be calling each person in the order in which you signed the public comment sheet. I'd also like to remind everyone that a recording is made of the meeting. Please speak into the microphone located at the podium and state your name and address. If you choose to speak during this public comment period regarding an item on the agenda, you may do so. When the council is considering the item, you will not be able to speak on that item if you so speak now. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. On the podium, you will see a timer underneath the base of the microphone, and it will let you know exactly how much time you have left to speak. Once your time is up, a buzzer will go off, at which time we appreciate the conclusion of your comments. So with that, we will start with Sylvia Gambos. Ms. Campos, yes.
Okay. I don't know if it's quite good afternoon, but we'll take good afternoon. Sylvia Campos, 4410 Fur, District 2. First of all, I wanted to publicly apologize for last week's outburst. I want to publicly say I am sorry, Lamont, Coretta, and Patricia. So I hope they'll forgive me, and I hope you'll forgive me. But the bottom line is we still have double standard issues, but I'm not here to discuss that right now. What I am here to discuss is the budget for the desalinization that's in our budget. So I brought some props. I hope you don't mind. But I want to touch on these three: transparency, environmental impact, and the financial economic impact. Hopefully we can get it down in 2 minutes now. Okay, transparency. I liked what our city manager said is last week about having a seat at the table when it came to the schools being built. We were not there at the seat of the table. So as far as opposing views or other views on the desalinization, that has not occurred either. There have not been opposing views as far as environmental. The other is we have not been honest with the people. The industrial, neighbors decided that they would pay 25 cents for the first year of paying some of the loan back. And I believe that's how y'all got around with not putting it out in the public, because normally for $225 million of bond money, of loan, you have to go to the public. The public should have a say. So, I'm down to 48 minutes. Okay, so we were sold, and I think this is what's been going on. If you have been drinking the snake oil or water, which would you actually ingest? I would take the water. You have been taking this oil. So you have been sold some goods and saying that this is uninterruptible. Well, it's not uninterruptible. What they want to do, what y'all want to do is build it here in the bay. It would kill our fish. It would kill marine life, and you know that. So, one other last thing I wanted to point out. They get a 40% discount. We do not. So double standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campos. William Mays.
Thank you. I didn't make enough copies. I did make some copies of my presentation. If you could share them as much as possible. I apologize for not having enough. I'm here to talk about noisy generators.
Sir,
and I'm asking.
just state your name and address. I'm
William
sorry.
Mays, 46180 Oso Parkway, Corpus Christi, 78413. I'm asking that you add a sentence to the city noise ordinance saying that generators must fall into compliance with the city noise ordinance. The city noise ordinance states that between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m., the noise level cannot exceed 65 decibels. Generators operate at a much higher level. Our neighbor just put in a 77 dB generator, and we got that number from the people that installed it. The decibel scale is logarithmic. 20 dB is 10 times more intense than 10 dB. Noise over 70 dB over a prolonged period of time may damage your hearing. A dB in the high 70s can be annoyingly loud to people. Inadequately controlled noise presents a growing danger to the health and welfare of the nation. We had a short-term power outage in our neighborhood about 1 a.m. The noise woke us from the generator. Fortunately, the power came back on after 30 minutes, but we are unhappy to think what a long-term power disruption would mean in terms of noise pollution. I've done a fair amount of research, and it's pretty easy to baffle the sound. I could put one together from stuff in my garage, probably, but if you want commercially available, specially made materials, it would be about $200 to $300 to really knock that dB level down. I included a picture that I got off the internet. I don't know that I would advise building this exact same thing, but it's easy enough to do. Many people cite the emergency nature of a generator use and say the rules don't apply to them. A mandatory hurricane evacuation qualifies as an emergency, but in that case, we're all supposed to evacuate, so the point is moot. Other situations, such as the freeze, did not involve a mandatory evacuation. Certainly, situations such as a driver hitting an electric pole are not citywide emergencies. The use of the term emergency is a slippery slope. It is better to abide by the city ordinance for all people in all situations. Also consider this. Noise is cumulative. As more and more people put in these generators, there will be a deafening noise in the neighborhood. What if a police officer or surgeon goes home to get a few hours sleep but cannot do so because of the noise? I called the police non-emergency number. The officer said, noise is noise. It doesn't matter the source. So would you please ensure that laws are followed by explicitly stating that generators comply with noise requirements? And I'm happy to
Go ahead.
I'm happy to answer questions about my research.
Oh,
if you're
well, unfortunately, we can't ask you questions. However, I would like for your issue to be addressed in terms of what can be done, what has been done, and whatever the issue may be in us not addressing what I'm going to assume was a complaint you may have already called in regarding the noise. You don't have
I called them for general information.
Okay.
I did not make a specific, the neighbor is actually our friend. We've been in their house and they've been in our house. It's an awkward situation.
Right.
And I'm trying not to be confrontational, and I'm, and I want to know where I stand legally too.
What I'd like to do is have Chief Markle, and he will get with you here offline, and you guys can have a conversation about that, because it's a valid concern, and we understand that.
Okay.
Absolutely, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
That's
Mays.
all I have. Thank you.
And I'm gonna go, no, go ahead, sir.
Mayor,
Go ahead. Yeah.
Mayor, point of information.
Yes.
Point of information, it would be also for code enforcement. Our police department does not have decimeters,
Well,
decibel
right,
meters.
but he can talk to them about what the proper, all of that whole subject, which is, again, a very valid one. Now, that said, Mr. Zanoni, I'm going to take it back to Ms. Gumpels. I would like to see some sort of town hall, however it can be done, only on the topic of desal for our constituent community, our constituents in general.
Sure, we can do that, Mayor. We've done them in the past, and we can do
Okay.
we can do more.
And we're going to
So
we'll get that communication out so
Right.
that we can sit down and hear people out without buzzers and without, not being able to reply back.
Sure, we'll
Thank
work
you.
with the council on setting those up.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Jack Gordy. Mr. Gordy.
Yeah, I'm Jack Gordy, and I live at 4118 Bray Drive. And I'm here to talk about the item that's on the agenda, item number 12. Okay, I don't know who come up with that ordinance, but to me it's a stupid ordinance telling me and everybody else that you can't park on your grass in your yard. Now that's private property. That's not public property, that's private property. And to tell somebody they can't park in their yard, Now, I could understand if it was blocking the sidewalk or anything else, but like I said, it's private property. I've been here since 1974, and that's the most stupid, and I'll repeat that word, the most stupid item that I've ever seen on the agenda since 1974. And anybody sitting up there, if you vote yes on that item, you're proving one thing. You do not care about the people. Because like I said, that is considered private property, and nobody has the right to tell somebody you can't park your car on your own private property. So think about it before you vote, and like I said, if you vote yes on it, that means you don't care about the people, and you should never, never be reelected again.
Thank you, Mr. Gordy. James Klein.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, thank you for taking the time to listen to me. My name is James Klein. I go by Jim. I live at 3501 Monterey Street here in Corpus Christi. And I want to raise concerns again about the $15.84 million devoted in the CIP portion of this year's city budget toward desalination. And I think I sent out emails, links about this to you folks as well, I guess a day or so ago. There's a Poseidon desal plant out in California. It's really starting to experience problems there as well. It's caused an increase in water rates for the residents out there. They have financial concerns about that happening here in Corpus Christi as well. But in addition to that, Poseidon has repeatedly exceeded allowable toxicity levels in its discharge into the California coastal waters. And such violations, I think, would be even more devastating here in Corpus Christi Bay, a closed bay system. There's been a pattern of violations here in this area as well already. Flint Hills East was in violation of benzene, allowable benzene releases in 2019. So was Citgo East for benzene in 2020, and Voestalpine for particulate matter over multiple years. So there's already a pattern of violation of existing regulations. Additionally, back to Poseidon again, the Poseidon desal plant has been unreliable, operating at anywhere from 43% to 56% capacity in some quarters due to algal blooms, cleaning of membranes, et cetera. And so desal does not provide a consistent supply of water. Added to these concerns, no one, as I've mentioned before, has conducted a study of the environmental impact of multiple desal plants on Corpus Christi Bay. We know that there will going to be multiple desal plants if this is approved by council, because the CC Polymers plant already has a plant budgeted and approved, permitted already for operation. The danger is increase in salinity and possibly higher water temps as well. Given these concerns, I again ask that you remove from the CIP portion of this year's city budget all funding for desalination. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Chloe Torres.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chloe Torres. I live at 5430 Saratoga. I am a lifelong Corpus Christian and current constituent of District 5. I came today with 3 concerns. The first being the lack of opportunity for democratic input during city council meetings and the virtual budget town halls. On paper, the opportunity for residents to participate seems fair, but it is only if you fail to consider one of the working class's most precious resources, time. It is nearly impossible for the average working class person to be able to participate in city council meetings, particularly public comment, because of the time the meetings take place. I urge you to consider moving the meetings to after working hours in order to allow as many people as possible to partake in this democratic process. Similarly, while there is still considerable resident participation in the virtual budget town halls, the elimination of our ability to look at our council and our mayors in the eyes and use our own words to voice concerns was profoundly disappointing, especially for those of us whose comments and questions were edited to the point of non-recognition or ignored altogether. My second concern is the council's pursuit of desalination. I know Council Mayor Guajardo and Mr. Zanoni have said time and time again that you are all doing your due diligence, and I do not disbelieve you when you say that.
However, I fear that we're relying too heavily on an economic perspective. It's not important, but it's not the only perspective that we need to be looking at. Sure, we're receiving a low-interest loan from the Texas Water Development Board, so it may seem economically feasible to pursue desal, but is the environmental impact worth it? What good is an uninterruptible water source when there is no one around left to enjoy it? The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the United Nations body composed of hundreds of scientists from around the world, put out a report this past week warning that unless there are immediate, rapid, and large-scale reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, there will be unprecedented ecological disasters that will begin by 2050. Those will be uninterruptible. Energy is at the heart of climate change as it accounts for over 2/3 of global greenhouse gas emissions, and the amount it takes to power just one desal plant is tremendous. I beg you to not doom us, because 2050 is not that far away, and future generations to a life of fire and floods. There are alternatives to desal, and we have to pursue them for our survival. My final concern is over Ordinance 13 or 210999, which prohibits people from sitting or lying in public right-of-way. We cannot surveil, fine, and incarcerate our way out of the housing crisis. We've tried it, it doesn't work. Sociologists, economists, and advocates focused on housing justice have said and proven time and time again that the only long-term solution to fighting homelessness is to provide subsidized or free housing. The ordinance condemns people who are already marginalized socially, politically, and economically to further demonization and cycles of violence and poverty. Please pursue compassionate long-term solutions instead. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. Melissa Zamora.
Hello, my name is Melissa Zamora. I live at 3917 Bronner Parkway in District 2. Oh, it takes a lot to get up here. Thank you to all who have given public comment. And I have a lot to say, and I don't know how much I can put in 3 minutes. But I like that Chloe had brought up the intergovernmental plan on climate change. If we stop oil and gas burning like it's suggesting, we can slow sea level rise in this century. There's facts to prove that. It's factual information that humans are having an impact on climate change. So what are we doing as a city to take that challenge on, to be the forefront of the solutions for climate disaster, especially since we're on the coast and sea levels are on the rise? We are not taking a large enough look, really investing time and energy on this. Other cities throughout the country have climate action plans. Where's the Corpus Christi climate action plan? I'd like to see that. I'd like to be a part of that planning. Besides, putting these greenwashing of blue hydrogen and thinking that that's going to make a difference when that's actually perpetuating what's already an issue. Fossil fuel burning, fracking, releasing of methane gas, which is 87 times greater than carbon dioxide when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions and heat trapping capabilities. But going back into desalination, water is already scarce. If we're looking at a drought-proof water supply in the future, we need to be thinking about how we're going to supply water to the residents in not putting industry over residents. That's the biggest thing that I'd like to say. Although I know we have industrial district agreements, and that is really a challenge to read, but the short and long-term effects of desalination are still unknown, especially in a closed-bay system like Corpus Christi Bay. I was part of, and I'm still a part of, several organizations here in town for the greater good and the indigenous peoples of the Coastal Bend, who got together back in 2019 to gather over 4,000 signatures of registered voters in Nueces County who were in opposition of desalination. Not just because we're saying it's wrong, but of all the implications, whether it be environmental, water quality, economical, electrical, all of the issues that have come up with desalination. Why are we not creating a stronger city mandate to help incentivize and enforce mandatory rainwater catchment systems, gray water reuse systems for every business, school, church, community center, public building? We need to be more progressive at tackling the challenges of the future because we're already dealing with climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zamora. Let's see, our last public comment will be Brandon Marks.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brandon Marks. I'm a resident of District 2. I live at 319 Rosebud Avenue. I am a member of the Texas Campaign for the Environment, where I work as the Coastal Bend lead organizer. I'm also a member of CAPE, the Coastal Alliance to Protect Our Environment. I was not planning to speak today, but I felt the need to rise to say, first and foremost, thank you to Councilmember Hernandez for bringing up concerns with the funding for desalination in the budget, as well as thank yous to Councilmembers Smith and Pusley for bringing up your own concerns as well. And I guess now also a thank you is due to Mayor Guajardo for asking city staff to put together a town hall, specifically where residents can bring their concerns on desalination. And we do recognize those steps that you all are taking and do appreciate them. Moving forward from that, I do hope that the budget is amended to reflect the discussion that was had today, that the funding for the capital budget in fiscal year 22 is reduced from the $15.8 million that was initially there to the $11.4 million that City Council had already approved, as well as that the additional hundreds of millions of dollars in the short and long-term capital plans are removed as well until they actually receive council approval. Past the discussion that was had today, I also just want to bring forward a few other requests of the mayor and city council. First, that as others have asked, that all the funding in the budget for desalination is removed. And there's still many questions that need to be answered. And I think it's unwise for the city to be pushing ahead with millions of dollars of spending until questions like the true cost of desalination is answered. What will happen to rates for residents and ratepayers? What will happen to the Bay? As well as what's going on with these other desalination plants around the country with their costs ballooning, with the rates ballooning, with their capacities not actually being at what they promised. And it seems like with permitting and with land acquisition, these other things, that the city's moving ahead as if desalination is already, the decision's already been made when it hasn't, which is why I encourage you all to remove the funding or at least defer the funding to a future year until these questions have been answered in advance of spending all these dollars. Next, I also request that funding is added to this budget to invest in or investigate other water supplies. If all we do is invest in and investigate desalination, that's the only option we are going to have. I would love to see funding in this capital budget for fiscal year 22 to actually investigate or invest in other supplies like water reuse, conservation, rainwater, and groundwater. And finally, as others have asked, I do request that we move city council meetings and discussions on the budgets to outside of working hours. There were a lot of people who are unable to attend these meetings or be here today. At the very least, to reinstate the ability to call into these meetings so people are able to provide public comments from where they work. Again, thank you all for hearing our concerns and for the steps you've taken forward already. And yeah, again, thank you for my time. Bye.
Thank you. Okay, well, that will conclude our public comment period. We'll move on to section G, city manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr. Zanoni.
Great, thank you, Mayor. Mayor, members of council, we have a couple of items this morning. I'm going to present some, and we have some guest speakers as well. And so our first item is very important, especially if you travel in and out of Corpus Christi using I-37. And so joining me today is Charles Benavides, our TxDOT's deputy district engineer with the Texas Department of Transportation. Recently, he provided a city team an update on a $86 million project, and he's going to give the council and the community in this forum an overview of the I-37 Nueces Bridge replacement and widening project that will span Redbird Lane in Nueces County to the I-37 US 77 interchange in San Patricio County. That's right by the river, by Labonte Park, and where you take a right if you're heading north to Sinton, where the steel plant will be. Charles is going to explain it to us. It's a multi-year, $86 million project. Its goal is to improve safety and mobility, and it will also improve conditions at Labonte Park, the access in and out of Labonte Park. So recognizing that this is a significant, Charles said up to 5-year project, I thought it'd be good for the council to hear it, as well as the community that might be watching today. So Charles, thank you for including the city in the communication on this project. And thank you for being here today to inform our council as well.
Thank you, Peter. And good afternoon, council members. Good afternoon, Mayor. Like Peter said, I want to go ahead and give you an overview of the project that we're going to begin here shortly. And I want to introduce the team that we have with here today. I have Ernest Longoria on the far end. He's the Corpus Christi area engineer who will be managing the project out of the Corpus Christi area office. And along with him is Bailey Hughes, which is part of our consultant management team, who will be helping us with Robert Kistner is the consultant firm. He'll be working alongside Ernest Longoria to manage the construction. So as Peter said, let me make sure the slides work here. Okay. As Peter said, the project itself is from I-37 from Redbird Lane in Nueces County all the way to the I-37 US 77 interchange in San Patricio County. It's a little under 3 miles. The purpose of the project is, one, to improve safety, mobility, and the resiliency on I-37. And I'll get into the specifics of what I mean by resiliency. You know, we're going to be widening the I-37 main lanes to 8 lanes. That's 4 lanes in each direction. And also, we'll have the evacuation lane as well. So it's 8 lanes plus the evacuation lane on the northbound direction. We're going to be replacing the aging Nueces River bridges to manage storm surge and flooding and maintain efficient access to and from Corpus Christi during storms. And we're also going to be rebuilding the Cross Street Bridge and the I-37 northbound bridge over the US 77 southbound to I-37 southbound direct connect. We'll also be reconfiguring I-37 entrance and exit ramps, and we'll increase the vertical clearances at overpasses and improve access to Labonte Park and the boat ramp. The total project cost is $85.7 million, and like Peter said, the duration is 1,159 working days, which amounts to about 5 years and 5 months. The reason for that long duration is we had to sequence the project a certain way, so we maintained 3 lanes in each direction throughout the whole project. So I'll discuss that here in the sequencing. Again, the project lead for this project is the Texas Department of Transportation. We'll be managing it with our support, construction manager support, Robert Kistner. The contractor is Weber LLC. They have a regional and South Central Texas office in New Braunfels. They will have a local project office that's going to be located on the San Patricio side of the project. And, you know, they've done a couple of other TxDOT projects. For example, the I-10 widening and reconstruction from I-410 to Loop 1604 in East San Antonio. They've done work in the I-35 expansion in Laredo, I-10 expansion in Orange, and the US 290 segments and Beltway 8 widening in Houston. So they're very familiar with TxDOT work. This is going to be one of the first projects they've done with us here in Corpus Christi, but, you know, we're pretty confident in their ability to do the work. So I'll try to explain the phasing, you know, as condensed as I can. It really breaks up into 4 main phases. In phase 1 of 4, we're going to have the removal of the Cross Street Bridge over I-37 and US 77. That's that one bridge that crosses over when you're about to get into San Pat County. We have to remove that so we can realign the new bridge that we're going to be building. We're also going to be constructing new I-37 northbound inside main lanes, and I'll show a typical section here in a second, so really kind of show you what that looks like. It's hard to explain that in narrative, but basically, if you're looking at the existing bridge, we're going to have to demolish the shift traffic to the outside of the existing bridges and basically demolish the inside of those 2 existing bridges, northbound and southbound, so we can build the structure in the middle. And once we've built that structure in the middle, then we can shift traffic you know, to the next phase and start building the outsides. So it's a little hard to talk about it in narrative form, but I wanted to show you a picture of what that looks like in phase 1 and what you'll see. So in this phase, you'll see traffic shifted to the outsides on northbound and southbound. Keep in mind, though, we're going to keep 3 lanes of traffic open at all times, and I think that's a very key and important factor here in terms of how we sequenced it and the reason why the project's taken a little longer than what we would typically do. One thing I want to highlight, though, is all we want to keep our temporary nighttime closures between 9 p.m. and 6 a.m., and we're going to make sure the existing boat ramp remains open until the new ramp is complete. So I think that's going to be an item of importance. Going into phase 2 of the project, so this, again, I have some narrative here, and if you have the slides, you can see that, but the main difference is going to be, if you look at the typical section, we've now shifted southbound traffic onto the newly constructed middle portion of the new bridge, and we're going to demolish the existing southbound direction so we can finish the southbound half of the I-37 Nueces River Bridge, and we're going to maintain northbound traffic on the outside with access to the evacuation lane throughout this phase as well. And again, the same thing with the closures. There'll be nighttime closures from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. And then when you go into phase 3 of the project, this is where now, again, I can read the narrative for you, but it's a lot easier to see it in the typical section form. Now we've shifted southbound traffic to the newly formed bridge that we built in phase 2. We've shifted northbound traffic onto the new bridge as well. So all traffic is on the new bridge to an extent, and then we demolish the remaining northbound bridge that's left, and we build the rest of the bridge out to the full width that you see in the typical section. And again, one thing to note in all these phases is we're maintaining 3 lanes of traffic, north and southbound, going into and from Corpus Christi. And then phase 4, final configuration, you'll see there we'll have traffic shifted into the new lanes, which will have 4 lanes coming southbound into Corpus Christi and 4 lanes going out northbound with the evacuation lane. And then what will happen is, what it does now, it splits at the Y there at US 77 to go to Sinton, Odom, and to go towards San Antonio. It'll still have the same split, but now you'll have 2 lanes and 2 lanes throughout the whole project coming from Sharpsburg Lane. So we're anticipating setting barricades on Tuesday, September 7th, where the contractor will begin work September 20th of this year. The initial traffic switch, meaning once we've gotten the existing bridges set up to shift traffic to the outsides, will happen sometime in the fall here. We're working on the schedule right now with our construction management team and our contractor to make sure we verify that everything's in line for that. And we'll make sure to include the city on those notifications, and the city will be part of our stakeholder email group, making sure that they have information on when that happens. We've already exchanged information with, I think, Corpus Christi PD and local law enforcement on that as well in terms of our contacts. But for everybody else, I want to make sure they have our TxDOT contacts. Is Ernest Longoria, like I said, he's here today. He's our area engineer. He'll be the main point of contact for TxDOT. We also have Ricky Daly, our public information officer, who the city deals with a lot on other issues. And then again, Bailey Hughes is our project manager. He's here with us as well, representing Robert Kistner. And our contractor will be Weber LLC. So just want to show a couple of overview pictures of what we're talking about on the north end of the project. You can see on this photo, you'll see that we're going to be demolishing the old crossing bridge on the south, rebuilding it a little bit north, but we're also going to be changing and flattening out a little bit of the direct connects going from 77 northbound and southbound. So although a majority of the work is focused on the Nueces River Bridge, we are doing some work at the interchange there at US 77 and I-37 to really kind of clean up some of those, that turning movement and the deflection of how we got the roads tying into 77. And then, like I said, the majority of the work is going to be the new bridge. That's going to be one connected bridge going across the Nueces River. And you can see in this picture, you'll see in the bottom right corner is the boat ramp and the access to Labonte Park, and then the footprint of the new bridge where it sits on the existing bridge. So that's the end of my briefing and presentation. If there's any questions, feel free to let me know. And if not, we can always get back to you if there's something we don't have right at this moment.
Councilman Pusley?
Well, this is exciting. Lots of great improvements there, no doubt. Is the bridge going to be elevated above the current elevation at all?
That's correct, yes. We're approximating about 5 feet.
5 foot higher?
Yes.
Okay. And the curve that comes from Odom that ties into that bridge, are you going to change the configuration of that at all? Your graphic went by so quick I didn't have time to look.
Yeah, the curve itself, we're building a new overpass over it. We're not going to change the geometry of that curve coming southbound too much, other than to fit into the new bridge alignment of that overpass that is currently there.
So that curve will be elevated above the traffic coming in from northbound or not? Or
No. It'll still be going
flat?
It'll still be going underneath.
Okay.
It'll still be going underneath.
Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you very much. This is exciting. Is it possible for us to have a copy of your presentation?
Absolutely. We'll make sure y'all get a copy of that.
Thank you.
Councilman Smith?
Thank you. I really appreciate y'all taking the time for the presentation. One thing our area is always looking for is possible reef material for our Gulf reefs. So I hope as this project goes on, I'm sure on the bid item it's a demo with it, but if the possibility exists, it would make an excellent some of that demo material for our reefs and helping our ecology out.
Yeah.
So again, thank you for the presentation.
We'll take that into consideration.
Thank you. Councilman Hunter?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank y'all very much for being here and giving us a presentation. This is exciting. You mentioned that there's going to be 4 lanes, and an emergency lane.
That's correct.
Are there future plans of expanding those 4 lanes?
Further
I
north?
guess further north, yes.
At the moment, we don't have any plans. You know,
I just didn't know if there's anything in the near future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Hernandez?
Yes, thank you for being here. I know this is going to tie into the bridge at some point, but do you have any updates on whether the engineering has been done on the bridge yet or not for the center span?
I do not.
Sorry, I thought I'd be able to
But
sneak it in there.
I can talk to the Harbor Bridge team and get back with you on that.
Okay. And a project that, for me, I'm looking at the regional parkway, and I'm planning on that, if you have any information on that.
That one as well. I don't have any information on that.
Okay.
But I
looks like
appreciate
we're gonna invite TxDOT back.
I'll put it on my board.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Lerma?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for that great presentation. I really look forward to the changes out there. Peter, this couldn't be better at a better time since we're looking at developing the Labonte Park. I want to make sure that we're able to work with TxDOT and making sure that we have the good ramps, perfect, landscaping, that type of stuff coming off of there, because we are looking at developing the Labonte Park, and we're going to spend quite a bit of money in there. So I hope you and the city can work with that. This is a good opportunity for us to step up and work with them on it. But this project's going to make a big change out in that area. I've been waiting for it, just like I'm waiting for the bridge on Highway 181. As you know, both entrances are in my district. So I'm looking forward to seeing the development in that area. So it's greatly appreciated. Question I have, you're saying it's going to have 4 lanes both ways?
That's correct.
But our freeway goes into 3 lanes, so
Yeah.
are we going to have a congestion or anything like that on evacuations, or? That's my concern.
Yeah, what'll happen is those 4 lanes will be developed coming in from like say northbound 37, northbound 77. You come in with 2 lanes, but eventually you start losing one as an auxiliary lane or other lanes as you have exits develop. So it won't be unbalanced when it comes to lanes.
Okay, that's great. And I look forward in you and I chatting, because Texas got some streets in my district that we need to talk about.
You have my card.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zanoni?
Yes, thank you. And I did want to thank, just a moment here. I did want to thank Charles for engaging the city, because they reached out to us. We may have known about it, but I think they took an extra step to make sure we were engaged, and we appreciate that, Charles.
Yes.
And one thing I want to point out, Charles, maybe before you leave, is the 3 lanes. The reason the 3 lanes are maintained through the whole project construction is because that is a major evacuation route, right, for the city?
Yes, that's correct. We do have it written in the contract, just to clarify, with our contractor that, we have to have the ability to utilize the 3 lanes and the evacuation lane in a hurricane. So it's written in the contract. If we get into an event or an imminent threat of an event, that we have to get everything ready for evacuation operations.
Right.
So that's the big purpose of making sure we maintain that through construction, which kind of hindered our sequencing in terms of how we can complete it faster. But we thought that was more important to have that ability to evacuate the city.
And I'm sorry, tell me your name again.
Charles Benavides?
Benavides?
Benavides, yes.
Thank you, Charles.
And Charles is the TxDOT's Deputy District Engineer. You fall under Valente, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. Just some key facts to wrap it up, and then I'll move into the financial report. So this construction begins the day after Labor Day, okay? So September 7th. It's an $85 million investment right here in our community. So that's a tremendous investment. 5-year project, 3 miles of construction, right? And we're gonna have a great tie into Labonte Park, so great. Charles, thank you. We look forward to talking with you more as we go through, or you go through the project.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you,
Mayor.
Charles. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mayor and Council, did we pass out you all have this
Yes.
presentation? Okay, great. Okay, as required by the City Council approved financial policies, I'm required to brief the council quarterly on our financial position. And I'll go through this quickly with you this afternoon. This is the third quarter finance update, and so that means it's 9 months of our current fiscal year. And as we go to slide 3, I'll highlight the general fund revenues. You can see in the far right bottom in the table, we're 13.1 million better than where we thought we would be at this time in this fiscal year. Just as a note, that 13.1 million has already been assumed in the development of the 22 budget. So it's not an additional 13 on top of what we showed.
Peter, where are you? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, on slide number 3.
Oh, 3. Okay.
If you look at the variance column, the bottom line total, 13.1 million better than what we thought we
Page
would.
3.
We don't have that page in our
I
book.
think we start with page 5.
Let's
Start with 5.
Okay, can you pass out?
But it might be, let's look for it here.
Okay, sorry, you didn't have the PowerPoint, but Councilman Hernandez is passing it down.
Oh,
now.
I'm sorry. We were all looking at this.
Yeah, okay.
No?
Where's Eddie? Eddie, can you see if we have enough? How far did it make it down there?
I think we need, Peter, one more.
One more?
No, I don't have one. Well, I passed mine along.
Eddie, we have one more?
I'll just take John's. Just
Okay.
kidding. It's okay. I'll follow along here.
Okay, great. So let's, if we can, if you look at slide 3, that's the slide that we're on. And so what this shows is the first 9 months of actuals compared to what we thought we would receive in revenues for the first 9 months. And when you look at the variance column at the far bottom, 13.1 million better, which is good, a good financial position with respect to our general fund revenues. You can see some highlights, including sales tax is 3.7 million better than what we thought. April, May, and June, sales tax did exceed the numbers from a year ago. So our economy is rebounding from COVID, most notably because of our assets to include our Gulf beaches and our bay and other beautiful parts of our city. Franchise fees and other revenues, that's a pretty big pretty big amount there, the 7.3, that is from industrial payments in lieu of taxes. Some were noted late in the fiscal year last year, and because of our annexations that we did, so 7.3 better in that area. And then if you look further down into the recreation revenues, less than budgeted there than what we anticipated, and that's partly because of the after-hour kid power, the after-school care program that we have with the school districts. Because of school closures prior in the year, last year we didn't have as many children in that after-school program, so we received less revenues. We also spent less, so in the end it's a wash, right? Yeah, for the after-school program. So again, that 13.1 was by and large assumed in what we call our re-estimate. So as we were developing the budget in June and July, we assumed those numbers and the ending balance, and that carried into 22. When we look at our expenditures in the general fund, we're doing good. We're below the budgeted amounts. The variance over a 9-month period, we anticipated to spend about 208 million, and we actually spent 193 million in the general fund. So that's a variance of just under 15 million.
That's great.
Typically we have a variance. In the last year it was 13.2%. It's a good report that it's less than that this year, 7%. That means we're putting more dollars into production. We talked about that this morning with Councilman Pusley. So we budget the money to provide services, and so the goal is to spend close to the amount. We don't want to overspend. and we cut back when we have to if revenues seem like they're not coming in. Another highlight is that our street spending, given the great leadership of Richard and Sarah and the rest of the team in streets, is we're spending 68% more in our street program this year than a year ago. That means our crews that we hired, the equipment that the council bought, is in production, and we're getting more streets done now than we did just a year ago. Let's turn to our water fund. This is this is our biggest operation in our city. We know that we provide water to 500,000 residents in 7 different counties. We're a regional water provider. The top boxes talk about the revenues. We anticipated or forecasted through the first 9 months to receive about $99 million. We actually received $103 million, so just under $5 million more in revenues. All of our accounts, whether it was residential, commercial, or large volume users, use more water than what we had anticipated. Therefore, our revenues were up. We also did a good job on the expenditures, coming in a little under budget for the first 9 months. $88 million was spent rather than the $100 million that we anticipated. Some of that will be spent as we move through the rest of the fiscal year, and some of it may be carried over if there's some large contracts that are awarded already. When we look at our wastewater fund, the other side of that big entity, our revenues are better here as well, just under $1 million better for the first 9 months, which is good. The forecasting that we did, and we use a third-party consultant to help us with our rates and forecast, and unlike a couple years ago, we did good on estimating, as well as on the expenditures, $12 million under budget here, and some of this can be explained by contracts that are underway. It's just a matter of those dollars will be spent as we move through this last quarter. The next slide moves into our hut tax revenue. So similar to similar to our sales tax, our hut tax revenues continue to be strong and stronger than just 12 months ago. There's several categories here. You can see the total budget amount is 15.5. When we look at the first 9 months, we anticipated to receive about 9.8 million, but our actuals were 10.4 million. So just a little over $500,000 better. However, the last check we got was one of our best checks in history. The check I think we got for June's activity. I think it's so that'll be reflected in our last quarter. So our performance, while not super great here with the $500,000 better, is getting better every month that goes forward through the summer months. And then when we look at development services, this is a good barometer of how we're doing as a city and an economy. Our actuals were 5.4 for the first 9 months against what we thought we would, which is 4.3. So $1 million more in revenue and permitting activity and inspections, which indicates that our building permits are up. They're actually higher than they were a year ago for the first 9 months, which is a good thing. And just a note on our expenditures, our healthcare plans that still gets dialogue in the community and in the business area as well. So healthcare costs are expensive, but in all of our plans now, we are giving our employees the choice to switch to a consumer-driven healthcare plan. So consumer-driven healthcare plan, that means the employee participates more in how they choose healthcare services. And we have to congratulate and thank our police and firefighters and their collective bargaining agreements. They both agreed to migrate either in whole or in part with fire and more to come to those plans. And so under police, that's 100% in the CDHP because of our collective bargaining agreement. For the first 9 months, we're seeing a reduction in expenditures for healthcare costs by $2.6 million. And what that means is we can hire more police officers, we can buy more equipment, we can do other things other than buy insurance. Similarly on fire with the new collective bargaining agreement, they are migrating more to this plan as well. They're not 100% on it, but I think they'll see the benefit because not only does it save us money, but the employee actually is financially better off as well. The consumer-driven healthcare plan has funds that we place on a card, and it carries with them. It stays with them, so if they don't spend it, it keeps rolling over. It's their money. So on the fire side, $4.3 million savings for the first 9 months. And then in our civilian plans, this is where with our human resources and HR staff in that department, we're going to begin to educate our non-sworn employees more. A little bit of savings there, $3 million under budget. not a significant amount of civilians on the consumer-driven healthcare plan. But with education and with modeling, we're going to show why it's more advantageous for them to go to that plan rather than a high deductible, high premium plan that we used to be on.
So Peter, so on this here, you have 3 million or 16% under budgeted amounts, and that is due to
That's due.
them, I mean.
Yeah, in part, yeah, well, go ahead.
Well, the education, I guess you could say,
Yeah.
of don't go to the, what are they called? You
The
know,
emergency
little-
room.
or those, what are they called, Greg? Minor emergency. Oh, minor, right, I'm sorry. Minor emergency, that kind of
Yeah,
thing. But
right.
that is the result of us or the department really talking to them about it?
Yeah.
That's- I
Under
mean,
the police
that's
side,
wonderful.
the way the consumer-driven healthcare plan works is the city funds a portion of their healthcare costs on a credit card.
Right.
And so when when they go to the hospital, they have to pay more upfront than when you pay a high deductible, and you're kind of covered because you have the insurance. So they're making choices about, do I really need generic? Do I need brand prescription?
Right, but
or
is
can I
that
get
because
generic?
of the out-of-pocket is more, or is that because we're actually educating them, saying, a lot of us didn't know. All these little
Exactly.
standalones came up, and
Yeah.
it happened to me. Oh, well,
Yeah.
there's one on the corner here, let me go.
Yeah.
$500 later, that was, that was my deductible because it was an emergency room. So
Yeah.
is that the kind of education we are giving them, or is it
Yes.
because now that $500, I never went back to the convenient medical, emergency?
Right.
So is it both,
It's
or is
it's
it?
probably a little of both, but I think it's more the fact that the employee, we have 3,000 employees, and so if they're all managing healthcare costs instead of 3 people upstairs in human resources,
Right.
then you have more people aware of what are we spending, should we even do that procedure? It's maybe an elective procedure, and you may not even want to do it. Or you may not go to that real expensive emergency room. You may go to a different clinic in the morning.
Right.
And so if the employee's mindful, because they have money on their card that we give them and they put money on as well, it's really seen as my money now, not the city's money.
Right.
Right, and so whenever it's our money, right, we're
Right,
a lot
yeah.
more mindful about
Yeah.
spending it wisely. And so
Okay.
by having
Very good.
all the police officers involved in managing healthcare costs, the net result is a reduction in cost to the city. And that doesn't mean we do something different with the money. What it means is we can put more money in police,
Right.
hire more police officers, buy new vehicles, buy new guns, buy new computers, rather than pay extraordinarily
Exactly.
high healthcare costs.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, good.
I'm sorry, Councilman Smith has a
Okay.
question or comment. Oh, to the end. Yes, yes, he's gonna wait.
Okay.
Are you gonna wait to the end of this, or, okay?
Okay, Councilman Smith.
Okay.
Okay, we'll turn to the capital program, and we talked about this morning with our budget workshop with the city council. But the highlight here is that due to that new process that city council endorsed and actually approved all those contracts, what we're calling a mass selection, 75% of all of our street bond program projects for the 2020 bond program are under design. They were in design by July. And we expect that the remaining 25% will be in design by early FY 2022. So that means just one part of the bond program, the streets, all 22 streets totaling 62 million worth of construction will be in design before early next year. 75% are already beginning to be designed. And that's critical. What that tells us, Mayor and Council, is that we're moving on the bond program. It's not going to be years before we select a design consultant to design a road. They're all under design by the early fiscal year 2022, early next calendar year. And then our bond 18, we have about 54% of the projects complete or under construction. And as we mentioned this morning, the goal after we get through the budget for the budget and finance and engineering team is to really close out all those old projects, wrap up the old bond programs, and focus on these two, the 18 and the 20, to put those into high gear, get those projects done, because we want to go back out to the voters with council's approval for a bond in 2022. So the final slide then, in summary, our general fund first through third quarter revenues are exceeding the budgeted amounts, and our expenditures were below budget, which is good. We don't want to overspend. Our wastewater utilities, our biggest operation in our city, the revenues exceeded budget and our expenditures are below budget as well. Our HUT revenues were higher than projected, and we have received the July revenue that's not included in the third quarter, but the July revenue was the best month ever in the city's records. That's the highest check amount that we've ever got for HUT tax in July activity, And then development services remain strong, with stronger than last year's permitting activity. So the next steps is that we will make available later this afternoon, and as Councilman Hernandez mentioned, we will be placing, as we always do, on the city's website, the report. Actually, you all have it in paper format, but this report, just like our first and second quarter reports, will be made available to the public. We have a very transparent and open process when it comes to our finances. That will be placed on the city's website. The capital improvements projects detail is the second part of this report, and that also will be placed on the city's website. And then our next steps, consistent with the City Council approved financial policies, is I'll present the fourth quarter, final quarter for this fiscal year finance report, and that is anticipated to be ready in November after we close the books. It takes us about 6 weeks to get everything in order after the books are closed for that month. So that'll be the next step for this fiscal year. We know that we're continuing to work on the new budget, and there's still more to be done there. So that concludes that report, Mayor. I'm available for any questions that you might have still. Okay.
Councilman Smith.
Thank you, and Peter, I'd like to thank you and all of our great employees at the City of Corpus Christi. You don't have a great report like this without the team really pulling through with it. I'm a little bit unclear, so we're running revenues $13 million ahead. I know on expenses we could be spending up to that. And in the budget that we're working out now, the preliminary or the proposed budget, you reference that we're taking this in consideration. Is it the revenue numbers we're taking in, or you rolling some of this, lack of a better word, surplus, if that $13 million holds, are we going to spend that in the next budget?
Yeah, so both the excess revenue and the underspent expenditures, the savings and spending, some of that is being used or assumed to be used. Yeah, okay. Not all of it. In fact, when we look at our financial reserves, the City Council policy is 20%.
Which we're above, correct?
We're 27% now, so we actually grew it from 25, Eddie, I think, to 27%.
Yeah.
So we use a little bit of this excess, but not all of it. We actually put some of it back into our financial reserves. Some of the areas where we are spending it are one-time projects, close to $3 million in 11 regional park projects, to include dog parks and a splash pad at Cole Park. So we're being mindful to utilize some to take care of the needs in the community, but also keeping foremost our financial condition, making sure we have financial reserves. So yes.
Well, and one last comment, about half of this $13 million is industrial district money. So as we're looking out to the public out there, that industrial districts last year produced $13 million, this year $20 million, and that's a material amount. And
it is.
We all need to keep that in mind. And in an industrial district, you don't have to provide city service. So this is kind of just $20 million that we don't have to provide police, fire, parks, streets,
right,
all the other expenses.
You're exactly right, Councilman.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, Peter, thank you for bringing this to our attention. But there's always been some oddities with these reports. Like, for example, with engineering, in Q1, they reported 0 revenue, and then in Q3, it's 50%. So I'm wondering how much time we're spending on actual report, how they do their hours, and if it's more time as opposed to doing just a flat rate that could be utilized, better use of the time of those engineers and project managers.
Yeah, well, I think what you're noting is just a matter of booking. So the first quarter they didn't get the revenues. Yeah.
Yep.
So, but as time
progresses, that's been forever. I mean, that's been every year. It's been like that.
Yeah.
And it seems like they do all their hours in the fourth quarter.
Right. Right. As time progresses, they'll charge the project budgets.
Well, I mean, they've gotten 85% of 83% of the expenses, but only 50% of the revenue.
Right.
So, and if their revenue is just based on how they bill hours, you know, how much time are we spending? I just want to, do an evaluation of that. Maybe I'll look at that later.
Okay.
But there's also other areas where you have 100% of the revenues and only 10% of the expenses being made. Like, for example, the fleet replacement. You have 109% revenue, but only 10.2% of expenditures.
Right, and that's, in some part, you have seen over the past 9 months, a lot of purchases come to council, but vehicle production is slow because of that supply chain issue. So as the vehicle actually is shipped to us and made, then we'll see that expenditure. It's probably in part because of that supply chain issue.
Right, and same thing with residential street reconstruction. We have 104% of the revenue, but only 20% of the expenditure.
Right.
So, I mean, and we're in the third quarter.
Right.
We're actually now in the fourth quarter now, right?
Right,
but-
we are, yeah.
So this is just a report from the third quarter.
Right.
So I guess just want to have a better understanding of how, what's happening behind those numbers, if that are extremely divergent from norm. Most of them are within 96% revenue, 92% expenditures. I see 99 revenue, 85% expenditures are all somewhat close to each other.
Right.
Only ones that are significantly divergent or don't make any sense, I think we need to take a closer look at.
Okay, we'll
Thank
do that
you.
with you, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all the questions.
Okay, great, thank you. We just have a few other items real quick here on the city manager's report. And this next one, we've been trying to get this on the schedule, and we're glad to be able to today. This deals with our Bay Jammin' concert and cinema series that we have. And as we know, it's at the Cole Park Amphitheater. It's home to the annual Bay Jammin' concert and cinema series. That happens from June through mid-August. And I know driving by there myself after leaving work many nights, it's packed. It's a great venue for our community. Since 1989, the concert series has offered a variety of musical formats. We, the community, celebrated 31 years this year. And actually, John Nelson, who is the leader of the nonprofit that puts these on, said we've had 33 years of time since the first one. But 2 years there wasn't a concert necessarily, and that, as an example, last year with COVID, it was not held as much. So the series presents local talent and Texas bands as rock, blues, funk, soul, Latin jazz, and many more. We have movies as well. I want to point out and let the community hear from John Nelson himself. He is the person behind why this happens in our community. We offer the venue, the beautiful amphitheater at Cole Park, but if it wasn't for John Nelson, who runs a nonprofit, the Bay Jammin' concert and cinema series, I don't think we would have had this. And so I had the opportunity to meet John at an event that took place at the Texas State Aquarium, and was glad to do so. And I told him, can you come in and talk to us one day? And he was doing some traveling. He's a professor at Del Mar College, so between that and other things, he wasn't able to get here until today. So we want him to talk to us, because one thing he told us is, look, after 33 years, I need somebody to start looking to maybe replace me one day, right? He told me that, not me. So we want the community to listen to this, to see if anybody's interested in shadowing John for many more years to come, and then eventually help take that nonprofit over so we can continue to have this excellent venue in our community. So, John, thanks for being here this afternoon, and if you can, share us a little with us.
Well, this will be interesting. Let's see here. Well, I think you can still hear me, right? I've heard my voice carries anyway. So, thank you, Peter. Thank you very much for inviting me to the council chambers. I've been here, let's see, last time I was here was when we did the 25th anniversary. And that was fantastic. But may I just segue one item? And I want to honor two gentlemen that were at the beginning of the Bay Jammin' concert and cinema series in 1989. They were cornerstones of it, gave me always a lot of advice and support and everything else. And that was Bob Redding of Redding Communications and Red Rover Imaging, and Robert DeGraff of Sound Vibrations, both great local businessmen, great visionaries, great supporters of live music and the entertainment in the community, and unfortunately they both passed here in 2021. I just wanted to honor them and thank them officially. So, Bay Jam and Concert and Cinema Series, it's the 31st year, correct? And you know, this has been a wonderful, wonderful, this is what everybody wants. It's the public sector, the private sector, and then in between is the glue, which is the nonprofit that helps put this together. And for hopefully most of the time I'm going to say we, because it's not me, it's we. It's like the board members that sit on the Bay Jam and the Bay Jam and Series Incorporated, and then prior to that we had another city nonprofit. But we recently started this up because I knew I'm not getting any younger, and I wanted new people and new folks that are community involved, that are from Corpus Christi, have lived here as long as I have, since 1982 when I moved here. And it started, the series, actually over lunch at the Cantina Santa Fe with the City Parks and Recreation Department. That's how that was the genesis of it. And it was, what do you do with that building down there? And there you go. And so it's been a wonderful, like I said, it's been a wonderful collaboration between the public sector, the City Parks and Recreation Department, and the private sector, all those local businesses. I mean, we've raised this year about $17,000 from local sponsorships, and from small businesses to larger businesses, but all primarily local. Restaurants, clubs, key and lock companies, and so on. And then we've also, here's the great thing, is that just through GoFundMe, through small donations from the general public, those that attend, we received over $4,000. That's $5, $10, $15, $20, $30, maybe $100 or more. And that's sizable. So then you can just do the math on that. That's a few hundred people, right? And that goes through GoFundMe. All funds, everything raised goes to the Bay Jam and Series Incorporated, which is the nonprofit. Everything that's paid for in regards to the concerts, that's the bands, you know, the musicians, they need to get paid. Many people go, oh, come on, just do it for a marketing thing. They go, oh, I can't eat that. And so the bands, the Sound and Lighting Company, who have been with us since for the last 31 years, Mellon Sound, and then movie licensing, which I don't know if you would know this, but to play the movies, even if it's free, but it's in public, it's about $550 to $650 a piece. So, and that's only right. They produce the film, and the artists and the directors need to get their cut too, the copyright. So that adds up to a pretty good chunk of change. But we're able to cover it this year. But the great part about it is that we're cover that end, and then the city parks and the city of Corpus Christi let us use that beautiful facility. No, there's no other, none of the funds goes to management cost, agencies, administrative costs. There's basically four things: the bands, the movies, the sound and lights, and then whatever printing, and then we also do we do power boosts through both of our Google Bay Jam and Concert and Cinema Series posts. There's a group you can join, and there's also a page, and here's the numbers I just pulled off right now. Over the last 365 days, we've reached 59,000. Over event responses, 3,004. And that's 365 days. Wow. And then, 0 tickets sold. Why is that? Well, it's free. That's the beautiful part about it. All right, and that covers 28 events for 365 days. I think they're showing it. I was supposed to say move on. There you go. So click. Or do I do that? Do I push something? There we go. Okay, thankfully. So I already forgot what I was supposed to do. So I just want to give you an idea that that this is a great collaboration, and it's been going on this long, and I hope to see it go on years after I've left, but then newer minds and newer people with a lot more vim and vigor than I can keep it going for the years to come. And this is how it's done. It's through that community spirit. Mm-hmm. And when I moved here in '82, I fell in love with this town. Others have that, like are on the board member. They're all Corpus Christians, those that have been living here for a long time. Many are musicians themselves, and they've been involved. And I think some of the sites you see, you'll see some of our schedules, both the movie schedule and the band schedule that are made by the great city graphics department. They do a terrific job. And then you'll see some other pictures of also some of the concert nights. And you can see they're pretty heavily attended. And actually, some of these, the sunlight is still out, and usually most of the people don't start coming in until towards the end of, well, let's say twilight, and then till 10 o'clock because of the shining orb in the sky. But we start the shows at 7:30 and go to 10, and of course we start the movies at sunset. And what's wonderful is that you have family, friends, neighbors, colleagues, out-of-town guests, all are there, all are enjoying it. I've had people come up to me, and I'm probably eating up too much time here. I've had people come up to me and said, I was here when I was a kid with my parents.
Yeah.
Or I've met my first date with my wife, or first date with my husband, or what have you, we're here, right? And then they're here now with their kids, and they've got invited guests, and so it's been truly a generational thing. And I owe that to everybody that has been involved, like the two men I mentioned earlier. All the business sponsors, all the musicians, the city parks and recreation staff, for us to be able to do this. And so if you want to visit the site, just go ahead and you can if you just Google Bay Jam and Concert and Cinema Series, we're the first 30 hits. First one is the City Parks and Recreation Department, where you can download the flyers. The next few are the Bay Jammin' group page and the Bay Jammin' page. Through Facebook, and then there's one, the State of Texas Music Division, and so on, events, and so on and so forth. So you are getting traffic in regards to people finding out about Corpus Christi through these sites over and over and over and over again. And when people join it as a member of the group, they're able then to share their time at the park through videos and photos and stories and so on, and use it as a way to invite people. So I just want to say I want to thank Corpus Christi for allowing us to do these many years, and we hope to do it many more. And we can't wait till the new pier gets finished, and some other improvements that they're thinking of doing. And I think there were some other things we were going to talk to the City Parks and Recreation about, some other items we think will help some of the elderly see the shows. And then I also do want to thank you guys for, it took a few years, but we got it done. You guys got it done, thank you, which were the pedestrian traffic lights.
Oh, right.
Thank you, because that was always in the back of my mind. I was always worried for many, many years. So I think I've covered, was I supposed to say next again, or did I already roll through?
No,
okay,
it was rolling
perfect,
through.
great. Hopefully I don't run my classes this way.
And Mr. Nelson, we want to thank you, because you are leaving a legacy that is invaluable. It really is. And one of the best parts of this event, for me anyway, is it's outdoors. Yeah. And you're enjoying a gift that so many in this country would die to have.
The beautiful bayfront.
The bayfront, exactly.
The cityscape. I mean, once that sun goes down, and the wind comes off the coast, and you're there, absolutely fantastic. So, if you haven't been to it, please. Well, you got to wait till next year, but there you go.
Wonderful, and it's a beautiful experience. So anyway, we appreciate you being here, because I don't believe a lot of the public, we assume a lot that, well, you know, Parks and Rec's putting it on. I had no idea that there's a board. I'm sitting here writing notes as you're talking. This is so impressive, and I'm sorry that I didn't know.
Well, it's a lot of folks, and it's a community spirit. That
Right.
all those
Absolutely.
local businesses, the Hesters,
Right. That
the
make
House
it
of
happen.
Rocks, the Executive Surf Club. I mean, it goes down the list, you know, for years and years.
But it was your vision, and that's where
Thank
it
you.
began. So thank you. We appreciate you have created something. Besides that, it's going to be a legacy for you and many others. You've created something that can't be duplicated, and we thank you for that.
Well, I didn't expect this, so thank you.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Thank you for
Thank
being
you very
here
much.
today.
I think I'm done.
Yeah, yes, thanks, John, so much for being here.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, Councilman Molina.
Yeah, just real quick, I just want to make some comments. Thank you, Mayor, and I'll be brief. Thank you for all your efforts in bringing music and entertainment to Cole Park. As many people know, it's a park that's very important to me, and we've made a lot of investment to improve the park, and what you bring, it just adds that much more. And to be able to socially distance and enjoy music and movies, family time, friend time. Not only that, but you also have vendors that come out, small
Yes,
business
there's
owners.
a couple of vendors that do
Yeah.
come out. They have to file the paperwork, and then they make after we wait until after the season's over. So I know I'm not putting them in duress, and then they pay what they can. But it always works out. They always do a
Yeah,
great
yeah,
job.
you do a great job of that. So thank you all.
Thanks. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Zanoni, for inviting Mr. Nelson.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, we have to just get a quick update on COVID. We know that this is still an issue. Yesterday, we had over 550 new cases, I believe. I think 4 deaths yesterday, but that was followed or preceded by 10 on Sunday. So our Public Health Director, Annette Rodriguez, is going to share with the council and the community a quick update on where we are.
Thank you so much. First slide, please.
It's done.
Next slide. So on this slide, I wanted to show everybody the COVID cases in August currently at 5,528. I think what you'll see from this graph very easily is that we're about to exceed the winter peak that occurred back in January, and that we predict that we're also going to exceed or at least get to what we saw in last summer of 2020 peak, which was around 10,000 cases. We're at 5,528 currently, but we're only in August 17th. Next slide. These are the cases by week, and so if you look, you know, they're doubling from July, 815, 773, 2180, and then 2710 this past week. Next slide. The hospitalizations, the really tough part for these hospitals is that since August the 10th, they have been at 300 hospitalized COVID patients with many ICU patients, and it's been consistent over the last 7 days, which is really a lot to ask of these hospitals. These are the 3 healthcare systems put together. Driscoll currently has 6 hospitalized. 3 of those are from Nueces County, and one of them is actually in ICU on a ventilator. These are all unvaccinated children. Next slide. The vaccine breakthrough cases in Nueces County, 397 cases. 43 of those have been hospitalized, 10 deaths, and there's a breakdown of the vaccines that they received. These are people that are fully vaccinated, but still ended up getting COVID-19, and some of them ending up being hospitalized. Next slide. So the CDC updates, just to remind everyone that vaccine is currently the leading public health prevention strategy to end this COVID-19 pandemic, but masks protects us right now. So masks are of the utmost importance with the Delta circulating. So CDC says students, teachers, and administrators should all wear a mask while in school. And people, whether vaccinated or unvaccinated, when they're out indoors in areas with substantial or high coronavirus transmission like ourselves, should all be wearing a mask. So make sure you protect yourself and use your mask. Tolosa Midway ISD has had 357 COVID positives since they opened school. CCISD has had 343 since they opened last Tuesday. Flower Bluff has had 81 COVID positives since they opened last Tuesday. Driscoll ISD has had 12. Cal Allen has had 8, for a total of 801 students that are positive with COVID-19 since the inception of school opening. August 1st, since August 1st, we've had 1,530 pediatric COVID positives in Nueces County. So we are seeing a lot more children with COVID-19 currently. Next slide. The new CDC booster information, and it really isn't booster, it's really an additional 3rd dose recommendation from CDC. The Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, called ACEP, approved the 3rd dose of the mRNA on Friday, August the 13th. The 3rd dose is available for those 12 years of age and older for Pfizer, and those 18 years of age and older for Moderna. So this is specifically for individuals that are immune compromised due to organ transplant, due to cancer, or they're on a chemotherapy, or they're on a suppression type of therapy. They may be individuals that are advanced or untreated HIV. These are people that are receiving stem cell transplants within 2 years of receiving the transplant. They're also on active treatment for solid tumor and other hematologic malignancies, or they're on high doses of prednisone greater than 20 milligrams. In the United States, 40 to 44% of those currently hospitalized that are fully vaccinated are in this group of individuals with compromised immune systems. That is why CDC is now recommending for these particular individuals to receive the third dose. A booster dose is a supplemental dose given to a group or individual whose immune response has weakened or waned over time. So maybe somebody like myself, I took the vaccine, but maybe now it's starting to wane. So if I go get an antibody test, I don't really see a lot of antibodies. The CDC does not recommend a booster at this time. So the only thing they're recommending is a third dose. Next slide. Just one last thing is that tomorrow we are going to have a third dose clinic at the American Bank Center from 9 to 3 p.m. So again, those are for those particular individuals that I mentioned specifically. It is going to be a drive-through. They do come from 37 to Ocean Drive to Chaparral, and then they follow the signs. So the Health District has given a total of 143,852 COVID vaccines. We are also assisting the local physicians in referrals for monoclonal antibodies to try to keep individuals from being hospitalized. It has a 70% rate to keep people out of the hospital. I also need to give a shout out to my public health staff who have been working really hard to save lives. So thank you, and thank you. Any questions?
Councilman Smith.
Thank you, Annette. You mentioned there were 43 breakthrough cases, hospitalizations. Is that the cumulative total, or is that in the hospital right now?
No, that's the cumulative total.
Okay, so the 70 or 80,000 people have been vaccinated in this county, that 43 have ended up in the hospital.
Right, it's a low number. It's a low percentage.
And we have 350 in the hospital right now. Probably our cumulative total in the hospital has been in the thousands. So 43 of that, say 1,000, have been vaccinated. Okay, thank you very much. And thanks for all y'all are doing.
Thank you.
Councilman Presley.
So again, the 397 cases you say are breakthrough, those are people who have been fully vaccinated, but yet still now have developed COVID.
That's correct.
And 43 of those were hospitalized. And the 10 deaths, is that inclusive of that same group?
Yes.
Okay. Were those 10 part of that 43 that went into the hospital?
Yes, sir, they were.
Okay, all right. And then go over again what you were talking about on the third dose and booster, Annette.
So, thank you.
This is important information for the public to understand.
Yes. So the third dose is for individuals that, because of
Compromised immune systems, they need a complete 2 shots or 1 shot?
No, they've already gotten the 2 shots, or if they haven't, then they get the 2 shots, then they need a third shot.
Okay.
So even with the 2 shots, it doesn't boost their immune system, and so they know that they need a third shot. So that's why they approve that. But it's not for individuals that just because they're saying it's already been 7 or 8 months since I've got my first shot, I think it's starting to wane. CDC is reviewing those, and as soon as they see that there's too much waning and those individuals are being hospitalized, then they'll say the boosters are now available for the rest of the community. Right now, it's a specific group of individuals that, because they're on these types of medications or chemo or have cancer, their system just can't get the whole antibodies that they need to protect themselves from COVID-19.
Okay, so is there a booster shot that exists today, or is it just a third shot?
Just a third shot.
Okay, so just to be clear, currently the CDC is not recommending, and I'll use myself as an example. I've had the 2 shots. I'm not positive for COVID, so I don't need to go get a third shot.
That's exactly right.
Okay. I could go get a test for to see what my antibody level was. If that were low enough, would I then qualify for?
No.
So they're not even recommending that?
No, they're not recommending that at this time.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, thank you. Are there any, is there any record of people who had gotten the coronavirus before getting sick again?
Yes, so we
And
do
do we-
have cases. I don't have the number in front of me, but we do have cases of people that have had COVID-19 early on last year, and now they're getting reinfected with the Delta variant. And we do know that.
Can you bring those numbers to us
Yes,
next
we
time?
definitely can.
Also, you had the numbers there on the people that have gotten it after getting the vaccine, but those are numbers. They're not necessarily percentages of how many people got the vaccine versus how many people are getting it. I want to know which one is. I mean, right now it looks like Moderna is the worst one here, but I don't know if that's the correct way to look at it, right?
Right.
So, can you provide percentages as to which one is the best? Because, you know, we were given the information that Johnson & Johnson didn't provide as much coverage. But from the way it looks here, it looks like it's one of the better ones, right? So I want to make sure we have that information.
Okay.
And then I asked this question before, but how many people in Nueces County have died within a certain amount of time of taking a vaccine?
And I have an answer. So
Okay.
0. None.
Zero.
have-
Nobody's died from taking the vaccine
No.
in Nueces County?
In Nueces County.
Okay. I'm gonna. All right.
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you.
very good. Okay,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Martinez? Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. You know, I know we've got a lot of great programs for getting people vaccinated, and one of the more recent ones we have is the vaccination at home, where we send people to go vaccinate at home. Just for the public knowledge, are there any restrictions as far as who can get the vaccination at home? You know, or is it open to everybody? Is it allowed for the people who are needing the booster shots? Can you just give us a little bit of information on that?
Well, for the first and second doses, it's for anybody 12 years and older that's wanting a Pfizer, or 18 years and older that's wanting a Moderna vaccine. We currently are out of Johnson & Johnson. For the other program, Mayor?
So that's the program that models the SOS, which is the one that, you know, it all, you know, what began in January. There are 0 restrictions. You, as 12 years old, you must be 12 years old or older to make that appointment, or to be a registrant and make the appointment, and then us go out. But it's open. Where before it was just seniors or disabled. So now it's the convenience of, for whatever reasons, we don't ask, we don't care. If you want to get vaccinated in home, you can, as long as you're 12 years of age and older, or older. And to that I will say, the average is about 100 registrants a day that have called in since we opened or launched the program. And that has been 3 days, I don't know, 3 to 4 days, 3 days. So 3 days, average from 80 to 100 people that have called in to say, I want to be vaccinated at home. And that is wonderful, because we don't care why. What we care about is those people now are at least 75% protected, and will not be passing this on to hundreds and potentially hundreds of people.
And I do want to commend the health district and the mayor
Yes.
for everything that we're doing to get as many vaccines out to as many people as we can. I think that I don't know what else we can be doing, but I know that if there is something else, we'll figure it out and do it.
Got an idea.
That's right.
Thank you, yes, and thank you, Mayor, for that.
Annette, thank you, thank you.
Okay,
Sorry, Mr. Puzzle, yes.
so of those people calling in to register, Mayor, and maybe Chief Rocha can answer this, I'm a little concerned we'll get overwhelmed if we're doing 100 a day. It won't be long before.
Now, remember, this is registration, and the chief and I and Peter have had sorry, this might be a little too loud. I should say we're very cognizant of that not happening. 100, on average, 80 to 100 people a day are calling in to say, I'd like a vaccine, which means that could be scheduled a week out, 2 weeks out, based on, if I'm calling, it'll probably be about 4 weeks out.
Okay.
It's based on their schedules, so.
Yeah, so it just, I think it's important for people to understand that, because otherwise we're gonna start getting emails about, well, I registered, but you've never come and gave me my shot. What's
No,
the
they're,
problem?
and they're getting an appointment.
Okay.
So they know your appointment is on such day and at such time.
Okay.
Mhm.
Chief, on a normal day, how many can you do?
This is great dialogue, Councilman. We can do right now between 50 and 100 vaccinations. And the
day?
mayor, a day.
Okay.
And the mayor is correct. We're doing about 80 to 100 registrants a day. So we just ask residents to be patient. What we've been doing is we've been having fire department members call you and schedule an appointment. Some people want to do it during the daytime. Some people want to do it after work. And so we've adjusted our schedule so that we can hit both daytime and evening registrants. But we ask people to be patient. We're going to get to you as quick as we can. But we are putting out teams to vaccinate residents.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Chief Roach.
Good, thank you, Chief.
Any other questions for Annette? No.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for being here, Annette.
And then Mayor and Council, just one final quick update from Mike Murphy, our Chief Operating Officer over water, wastewater utilities. He's going to give us a quick update on where we are with desal.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mayor, Council. Just very quickly, as a result of our budget presentation earlier this week and then our last presentation on desal, we're in the process of setting up additional meetings with the Evangeline folks and also with the Port Authority representatives. We're working on getting those on our schedule. This last week I did meet with McCarthy Construction. It is a construction company out of Houston, Texas that specializes in water and wastewater treatment construction, large-scale construction, specifically to talk about their approach to a desal project of this size. On the national scale, there's been a lot of activity with desal. Right now, we're currently tracking a California congressman named Mike Levin, who is trying to get his bill added to the bipartisan infrastructure package. His bill basically is for desalination funding for public water systems. And so we're going to be tracking that very close to see specifically if it has any benefit to the city of Corpus and what that would look like. Right now, there is a proposed funding of up to $260 million to promote desalination projects and development of drought-resilient water sources. So we're going to track that with our intergovernmental relations manager, Ms. Tammy Embry. She is going to be helping us track that to see where that goes. Also, on the as the drought sort of wreaks havoc across the western portion of the United States, specifically Arizona and California, the city of Tucson is right now proposing, they're looking, or not proposing, but they're looking into a potential $4.1 billion desal project that would take water from the California coast and in a several hundred-mile long pipeline, pipe that water to Tucson. So we're going to be tracking that to see what kind of challenges that they face. But I think one of the things that we can sort of take comfort in is the environmental impact study that the city of Corpus did perform on our desal project is going to be the gold standard for these other municipalities coming into the desal conversation. So that's currently where we're at. A lot of very interesting things happening out there, and also Terry Arnold with 7 Seas has reached back out to me. They still want to take City Council on a tour of the Harbor Island site to show that, but I have been sort of putting him off until we get through the whole budget process. But we are looking something towards the end of September, maybe October, 1st of October, but we'll be getting back with you with more information as that develops. Okay?
Okay. Councilman Smith.
sir.
Thank you, Mike. Mike, on the Seven Seas proposed tour, is that the Ports Harbor Island site, or is it a different Harbor Island site?
You know, I don't really know. I think it's probably closer to the La Quinta area. I think that's where they've acquired property. So we just have to see. I'm not really 100% sure where they're going to take us. It's to the island, so.
Yeah. Well, I guess since permits are site-specific, that would be an interesting question to be answered.
Okay, I'll bring that to our next one.
Okay, I don't think we have any other questions.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I think that concludes
That concludes, yes, it does. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, we'll move on to section H, which is board and committee appointments. Rebecca?
Yes, ma'am. We have the Local Government Fair Review Committee. There are 5 vacancies, and per section 451061 of the Transportation Code, 5 members of the council serve on the committee and must be appointed by the city council. So Mayor Guajardo is recommending the appointment of the following council members: John Martinez, Michael Hunter, Billy Lerma, Mike Pusley, and Ben Molina. Yes, sir. And for the record, Councilmember Barrera is recusing himself.
Councilman Hernandez.
Just to ask a question, this is the committee that is to look at raising fares on people that ride the RTA buses?
It's restructuring the fares.
So restructuring the fares is raising the rates? That's
could
what
include
this
a
is.
raise.
No, I don't
Yes,
think it's necessarily. I think that's what you will be discussing. It's the structure of the fares.
That's a nice way of putting it, but from the person that used to serve on the RTA, that it is generally you have to get approval from the authorities, the county, the city, also the small cities, in order to raise any rates. I doubt they're going to lower the rates, since they're only going to be their only rate recovery is less than 5%.
That could be, but what I have been told is it is a discussion to discuss.
Okay, I would just
A discussion.
Thank you.
Move to a point. Okay, do we have a second? Second. Great. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Not anymore. Just kidding. Too late. Okay. We're going to go to item J, consent agenda items 3 through 19. Do we have any requests from council to pull any of these individual items or any requests from the public? Mr. Hunter.
Item number 12, please.
Number 12? Okay. And I'm going to pull item number 14. Yes, sir.
Can I pull number 12, please?
I'm sorry? 12 is
Do
pulled?
12?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Anything else? 18. Anything from the public? Anybody like to pull anything from the public? No? Okey doke. Then I will entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exceptions of items number 12, 14, and 18. Do I have a second?
Second.
Great. Further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. I know it is, Greg. We'll be right there. I'd like to pull, let's see, item number 12. I'm sorry, discuss 12. Who pulled 12?
Mayor, I pulled 12, but I think Councilman Hernandez also pulled. I'm just voting against it. That's the only reason why I pulled it.
So item number 12 for the public to know is ordinance adding section 33-17 to Corpus Christi Code to prohibit parking on an unimproved surface on residential lots and providing for a penalty not to exceed $500 per violation. Tracy, could you please just explain this to the council, this ordinance?
Sure, and I have the presentation here, so if we can go to the next slide. So we're bringing the ordinance forward as in response to receiving numerous code complaints over the years regarding the vehicles parked on unimproved yards as blighted conditions and also impacting the integrity of our neighborhoods and impacting community pride. In addition, parking on the grass where the vegetation is dry vegetation, we can also have a fire hazard when we have our dry weather and high temperatures. And why we're doing this is the other reason is because this could lead to damage of underground surface and infrastructure. And again, there's also a safety concern of the vehicles being parked in proximity of the close to the sidewalk. And again, just the overall detrimental impact and property maintenance issue that this may cause over years, over time, where your infrastructure may be damaged. The ordinance is to, again, prohibit parking on unapproved surfaces on residential lots. Next slide. Again, the offense is where they're parking in the street yard. And I'll give you an example of, give you the explanation of the street yard as well. And that's in the next slide. Okay. The street yard is the area between the property line and the wall of the dwelling. The unimproved surface is, the improved surface is where it's constructed of a material that is dense enough, that is to the depth sufficient to distribute the weight of the vehicle, sufficient to prevent and deteriorate, again, the ground surface infrastructure, and the underground infrastructure. And you can see in the diagram where you've got the street yard at the front of the property. You can also have a street yard on the side of the property, or any area where if you have a cornered lot and you've got the street, so where your yard will abut the street, that is considered part of the street yard. Next slide. There are exemptions to the policy where the property does not have an improved driveway, the street yard abuts a street with a width of less than 28 feet, and the exemptions of the policy can be to the administrative discretion if there's an undue hardship. So there are exceptions to this. We will look at those, we'll consider those. We have also looked at, again, that the ordinance is applicable only to the street yard, not applying to other parts of the yard, but the part that abuts the street. Public Works has also checked for us as far as the number of streets that are less than 28 feet. And these are primarily alleys where you've got an approach to the property from an alley as well. So there's not very many of these streets that are in the city that are 28 feet or less, but we will, again, consider each one case by case. Next slide. So this just allows for what the penalty for the violation would be at $500 for that, and that also that the intent does not have to be proven as well. Next slide. Our recommendation is to approve the ordinance. This ordinance follows best practices of other Texas cities such as Houston, Austin, Dallas, and even Portland. And again, the intent of the ordinance is to prevent public safety concerns, protect neighborhood values, prevent damage to the surface and underground infrastructure, and to stop degradation of the aesthetic appearance of single-family residential areas. So, and again, we wanted to make sure that understood the point. It's not about the materials. It does have to be a hard surface dustless material, but it is more about the constructed depth of that material to be able to disperse the weight of the vehicle so that it does not damage the property, does not potentially damage underground infrastructure.
Okay,
I'll stand
we have
by
a
for
few questions, so let's see what they are. Councilman Ledema.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Tracy, do you have any numbers on how many of these vehicles have actually damaged utilities in the city?
What we're basing this on is the best practices of other cities that we've seen. We've modeled this after those other cities. We have also seen, and again, this is something that is complained about to code enforcement over many years, as far as something that just creates an overall degradation of the neighborhood. Now, specific examples, I can't give you a specific number, but this has been discussed as best practices, as a means to prevent that damage.
Okay. You know, one of my biggest concerns, I've heard from several constituents in my district, one of my biggest concerns is in passing this ordinance, how far are we going to go? Are we going to micromanage everybody that purchased property as far as telling them what they can put on the properties and things of this sort? That's just where there's some concerns coming from the public. You know, this is the first wave of telling them what they can do and cannot do on their private property. What's going to be the next thing? You got to have a fence or your dog can't come out to the yard, or, I mean, this is a big concern that a lot of people have been calling me on. So, I mean, I have an issue with this. I still really haven't made up my mind.
Right.
It's a tough issue. I mean, I know what we're trying to do. We're trying to clean it up, just like when the weeds grow real tall in properties. We want to make sure they maintain them properly, you know, but I don't know. I just have some concerns with it.
Councilman Smith?
Thank you, Tracy. I got a lot of comments about this, particularly from the Flower Bluff area on there. That's an area of narrow streets on there, but I think the both the driveway and the 28-foot width, a street in Flower Bluff, the older streets where there are so many run about 20 feet in width.
Yes, sir.
So I think the people that called me and had issues with it, once I told them that, okay, your street, you're not subject to it, then they were fine on there. And I think that, you know, this isn't kind of the first thing as far as a cleanup in our community on there. Like Councilman Lerma said, the high grass on there, trash in your front yards, other kind of things. I know we had somebody talking about property rights, but the city does have certain rules and restrictions, particularly on that band close to the streets, that have been here probably ever since we had zoning. So this is not a something we're just trying to improve our city, and I think you've got enough flexibility. I know on the materials on there, you use that for example, but there's other materials that can be used. Councilman, we were talking earlier that asphalt millings is an example of impervious surface that works good. You've got the crushed concrete that's available and relatively inexpensive on there. So I think the ordinance addresses that on it. So I know I've had a lot of complaints in the past too about yard cars, particularly in the Faro Drive. This is one of their big issues. The Faro Drive Homeowners Association is yard cars on there. When I go to their meetings, what are y'all going to do about them with it? So again, thanks for all the work staff has done.
Councilman Molina.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, this issue of parking in your front yard, I see a lot of that in District 2, and I've had many people reach out to ask for this type of ordinance, more so than people that have reached out that are opposed to it. One of the concerns, excuse me, that I heard today was the person parks their vehicle closer to their home because they're worried, or they've had the experience where someone has attempted to break in the vehicle and they just feel like the vehicle's safer near the residence, is one of the concerns I had in opposition. But overall, the majority of the calls that I've in conversations that I've had people stop me in the street and say that they are in favor of this, and these are District 2 residents. So I'm supportive of this, but I do have a couple of questions. Does this ordinance also cover the area of grass between the street and the sidewalk?
No, so that's part of the easement or the parkway between the sidewalk, and there is an obstruction of the right-of-way ordinance already in place, and that would include parking in that area because you would be obstructing the utilities, the connections to utilities, your water meter, so forth, or access, and so there is already an ordinance in place to address that.
Okay.
Yeah, you cannot park in that right-of-way.
Okay. I wasn't aware of that.
Yes, sir.
And then, is this limited to just cars and trucks, or does this ordinance include boats and other recreational vehicles?
It includes many vehicles. I've got an example for you. And let me go back to the ordinance itself. It does discuss trailers. It includes equipment. It includes multi-axle vehicles, motorhomes. It includes motorcycles, any farm machinery. Again, any truck that has 2 or more axles, or trailer, motorhome exceeding 20 feet in length. So it covers.
So anything on wheels, basically?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. We had asked for some changes to define what an improved surface was, but I don't see any changes. Was there any changes made?
Well, in discussion with legal staff, and I can have Buck come up and discuss that further. Again, our emphasis is upon not what the materials are, because as several of the council members have mentioned, there are multitude of hard surface, dustless materials.
When you say dustless material, that doesn't apply to caliche. That has dust. Or crushed gravel, crushed granite, it has dust. So anybody who has those kind of driveways are going to be cited. Is that just by the letter of?
Yeah, Councilman.
It says dust. It says dustless.
Let's hear from Miles or Buck, because they advise us in this direction. Go ahead.
You have to read the grammar of this ordinance carefully. Improved surface means an area, the surface of which is comprised of materials constructed to a depth sufficient to distribute the weight of a vehicle or equipment over such area to preclude deterioration and deflection of the area due to vehicle or equipment load, adverse weather, or other conditions. Now, if you can stop there, and dustless is not a part of that definition per se, unless you look at the examples. The examples expand the application. So when you look at that, so is caliche parking allowed if it is improved surface sufficient that you're not going to cause rutting when you park on that surface? It's allowed. It has to be improved. It has to be improved to a depth not to cause rutting and to protect those utilities underneath. Now, we do have some examples of items that would clearly not be a violation of that ordinance, and that is asphalt, concrete, brick, or another hard surface dustless material. But yes, you would have to look at the construction underneath. This is not simply an aesthetic ordinance.
Okay, so you're guaranteeing me 15 years from now, the attorney that sits in your seat is going to have the exact same interpretation?
I'm reading it precisely as it's written.
That wasn't my question.
So that is how we are interpreting it at this time. This is an old ordinance that's come back several times.
Yes.
Okay, I'm actually in support of this, but I want to make sure that we don't leave things to interpretation. And if you're going to leave something like, what was it, Councilman Smith? You were telling me about a material that you use is
asphalt millings or reclaimed asphalt. This is a material when you go in.
Is it
and
dustless?
grind your streets. It's an excellent material.
Is it dustless?
It's basically dustless, yes.
Not completely.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not necessarily a hard surface, right?
Oh no, it's a hard surface.
Okay, I'm not familiar with it, but I'm assuming, and then I was thinking of examples. Like we recently had the Games of Texas here recently, right? Over at the auditorium, we had, and I know it's residential, but we had the auditorium have overflow parking on the grass. Right? So, and I understand what we're trying to go with this, and it's specific to residential homes. But like I said, if you leave things to interpretation, and I don't think maybe an attorney 15 years from now is going to have the same interpretation as you do,
We'll all be gone.
All be gone.
But I don't, it leaves it vague. So what I'd like to do is make a motion to remove the word dustless from this ordinance.
Okay.
To amend this to remove the word dustless.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Mr. Presley, did you have a question? Comment?
I did want to make a comment. I think this is a really good ordinance, and I'm very proud of the city's staff for stepping forward and taking this on. This council has been addressing many things in this city to improve the aesthetics of this city across the board. And if we truly want to be the sparkling city by the sea, we have to take actions like this to make sure we're doing that. This is an issue, as Tracy has said, that has been a constant call-in problem for code enforcement forever. So it's not like we're going to go out and start micromanaging, as Councilman Lerman said, everything that somebody puts on their yard, because those are not the kind of things that get calls in. I will tell you, as a member of our homeowners association in my subdivision, one of the number one calls and complaints we get are people, bringing boats and trailers and 3-ton trucks and pulling them up in their front yard. I mean, and parking them and leaving them there for days. So I think this is an important issue that goes a long way in helping us make this city something we can all be proud of and bringing us to the next step. And, I would just want to ask that, Councilman Hernandez has made a motion, but that we still have the main motion here on the table that we need to address. Mayor and Rebecca, we may need your assistance on this.
Well, he's amending it.
But we don't have the main motion on the floor to amend.
That's right.
No, the
Right, we'd have to go
motions-
back and,
The ordinance is there already on the agenda, right?
So I'm going to make a motion that we approve the ordinance, and then we'll see if we get any amendments.
Okay,
As presented, but he had a motion, and I think Greg
Well-
seconded,
Right.
right? That's what I
Right.
And
understood.
a point
Second
of
on the
order,
floor.
this was
We-
a second reading, so I think that it's already been, we're amending what was the previous reading, is that correct?
Right, what's before the council is, it's not, we have the ordinance already before the council, so as presented on first reading, so now there's just a motion to amend that's
Right.
before us. It was seconded by Greg, and it was to remove the word dustless,
Dustless.
right?
Dustless.
Under 33-17A, there's the word dustless.
There's nothing in South Texas that's dustless. I mean, if I stand outside for a little while, I get dusty. So, so it doesn't matter what you put out there, concrete or whatever, it all gets dusty, so.
okay.
So, is there any more discussion on that motion?
We do have some more lights on. Councilman Pusley, can you turn your light off if you're done? Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to tell the city staff, I really appreciate all the hard work y'all put into this. And I know what we're trying to achieve here. I just want to say thank you because I know that it took y'all a lot of effort. Apologize, I'm not on the same page. When I was younger, I went to my grandmother's house and we had 15 other cars there and some of us had to park in the yard and I was one of them. So I'm not necessarily saying that was a good thing that I did or that it was appropriate.
You're why we're doing this.
That's,
Just kidding.
so
I'm kidding.
At least I'm being honest, that I'm sticking with my side of the
You are
hard
being
parkers. No, I have trouble walking across the sidewalk and telling somebody what to do with their property. I always have, and I've always voted that way. And I do apologize, but I did agree a little bit with Mr. Gordy earlier, so I apologize, council. But,
You don't have to apologize, Michael.
Okay.
You've got your right.
All right.
Yes, sir. All right, Councilman Lerma. And then we're gonna vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Tracy, just one question. When this ordinance passes, are we going to go out immediately and give tickets, or are we going to give warnings?
No, we're going to start with an education campaign.
That's what I'm saying. We're going to
Yes.
educate the public
Yes,
first.
absolutely.
Because I want to make sure that happens out.
I have to correct that. We're not going to educate the public first. There's no line of how we're not, what we're doing is we're putting an ordinance in place so that when, well, I'm not even going to be specific about any area, but we hear the complaints. This is not about telling people what to do. It's about fixing an issue, a very big issue that we have.
I understand that, Mayor,
So-
but my
so we're
question is
not-
very simple.
We're not.
I just wanted to know, are we going to go out and start giving tickets immediately?
No, absolutely
Or we're going to
not.
let them know?
We're not even.
That's my concern.
It's neither. We're not going to let anyone know before we start doing anything. We are going to put an ordinance in place so that when someone calls you, when someone calls any of our colleagues, that are out, that there is an issue with 7 cars, and I've gotten calls like this for 4.5 years. They have a tool to say.
No, I
"We can't
understand
do
that, but
So no, we're not educating anyone. If they get a call and we go out to address that call, we're gonna say, okay, here's what's going on. Most of the time, in the 4.5 years I have been here, both police and code enforcement always give the courtesy of educating if and when the call is made. But we're not gonna proactively say, okay, everyone, we want to educate you because we're coming out for you. That is not what is going to happen with this ordinance. This is for when and if it needs to be used.
yeah, but my question once again is, are you going to give them the opportunity to move their vehicle right off at that time, or are we gonna just go up there and put a ticket on the door?
No, our first step is always to educate the property owner on what the ordinance is and how they can come into compliance.
Okay.
And so they will be given that opportunity before any further action is taken.
That's all I was asking.
Yes, sir, and that.
Yeah, it's very simple.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Zanoni, Mr. Hernandez, I'm sorry, he was next. I
Yeah,
go in
well,
order.
real quick, I just want to make sure this will not apply to new construction. I was looking at Mr. Raymond out there, and a lot of people, park on the lawn when they're constructing a home, so I'm assuming this is not going to apply to new construction.
Right, that will be through Development Services. The UDC has a design standard already in place for new
Okay.
construction, and of course,
Just wanted to make sure.
And if there's no driveway, then they're all right.
Well, there might be a driveway.
At some point, it'll be under construction,
Right.
but that will be through the design standards.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
yes, sir.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? No more. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
No, that was just
That's
an.
for the
oh.
motion to amend.
Just for the
Yeah.
amendment.
No, we're gonna do this again, because we really need to go by decorum. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion passes.
So I make a
Christi.
motion to approve the
Ordinance.
ordinance as amended.
Right.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, Mr. Hunt.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tracy. We are going to go ahead and break for lunch for 20 to 30, 30 minutes. I'm trying to move it along here. Yes, so Okay, we'll reconvene our meeting now and start off where we left off, which was item number 14. And item number 14 I had pulled. It is an ordinance authorizing the acceptance of $32,965.90 for the Firehouse Subs Public Safety Foundation for a 12, is it lead or lead?
12 lead.
Lead, okay. 12 lead cardiac monitor to support the Corpus Christi Fire Department and appropriating that amount into the Fire Grants Fund. The reason I pulled it was just to say, to thank our Firehouse Subs, which are delicious, but also to ask you specifically, what exactly is this apparatus, I guess?
Thank you, Mayor. Robert Rocha, Fire Chief, Mayor and Council. The 12 lead monitor that the fire department applied for through the Firehouse Subs Public Safety Foundation is a piece of equipment that we have on our ambulances that's able to transmit 12 lead heart rhythm to the hospital in order for the physicians to be able to make a determination as to the rhythm of the heart and a plan of action. They can give orders to the paramedics on site, out in the field. And so it's a very useful piece of equipment that we use.
Great. Wonderful. Well, we thank them. So is this, have we ever gotten a grant from Firehouse? Because I know if anybody doesn't know, Firehouse Subs was started by a firefighter. It really was. So we're going to have to order lunch from Firehouse Subs.
Well, we certainly do appreciate it, Mayor, and thank you and the council for support for the fire department to write this grant. We were successful and certainly going to be eating at Firehouse Subs more often now.
Yes, we will. Wonderful. Well, I will entertain a motion to approve item number 14.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. The last item pulled was item number 18, a resolution reaffirming the City of Corpus Christi's investment policy and investment strategies for fiscal year 2021, 2022. And was that, who pulled that one?
That was me, Mayor.
Okay.
Yeah, I just, what is our policy for bringing the investment strategy results to the council in a presentation? Is that done on a regular basis, or has it ever been done at all?
We do not. We do produce quarterly investment reports, which are presented to the investment committee, but those reports are not brought formally for a presentation to city council. So that's something definitely we could bring forward.
Well, yeah, I mean, we used to get one every quarter at the county, and I think it's really good that, that the council is able to view how our investments are doing and keep track of that. That's something that's very important to the taxpayers. And I know we have an investment committee, and so I'm not sure who's on that committee, but.
So it's the city manager, the CFO, myself, the director of finance, our city treasurer, our budget director, and then our investment analyst.
Okay. So we don't have any council members on the investment?
No, it is an internal facing committee. It does not have any council members on it.
Okay. Okay, well, I would like to see a report on the investment strategies and their results, where we are on each investment type.
Sure.
And I'd like for us to set that up to be a quarterly presentation with our council as well.
Sure.
I think it'd be really good. I may be the only one interested.
No, I agree.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. With that, I'll make a motion, we approve the consent agenda item number 18.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Okay, we will go on to section L. Okay, we're going to recess, that's right, for corporation meeting, a North Padre Island Development Corporation meeting. So I hereby adjourn the meeting. Recess.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You're-
Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order of the North Padre Island Development Corporation. Ms. Huerta, could you please call the roll?
President Greg Smith,
Here.
Councilmember John Martinez, Gil Hernandez,
Here.
Billy Lerma,
Here.
Michael Hunter,
Here.
Ben Molina,
Here.
Roland Barrera,
Here.
Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Mike Pesley. Okay, we do have a quorum of the board present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. First item is public comment. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to speak? Hearing none, we'll go to the next item, is the election of officers. So we're going to elect the president and the vice president. I'm going to open the floor to nominations.
Nominate Greg Smith as president, remain president.
And I would like to nominate Paulette Guajardo for vice president.
Move nominations.
Okay. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. On there. Next item is to approve the minutes of.
Oh, sir, we also need to elect the other officers, the executive director,
Okay, I'm
the
sorry.
secretary.
So,
No worries.
yeah. We have the election of officers, executive director, secretary, treasurer, and assistant treasurer. These positions have historically been held by staff. The proposed slate for the board's consideration is executive director, city manager Peter Zanoni, secretary Rebecca Huerta, treasurer Heather Hubert, and assistant treasurer Judy Villaron. I'll entertain a motion to approve the proposed slate.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Now I can go to the next one. So, approval of the minutes of the August 25th, 2020. Entertain a motion.
I move for approval.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. Next item is the treasurer's report. Ms. Heather?
Good afternoon, Chairman and Board. I don't believe I did not put this in as a PowerPoint presentation. The financial statements for the NPIDC are in essentially the same financial statements as it is for TERS number 2, because these two work hand in hand. And so our beginning fund balance for the fiscal year 2021 was 1.7 million. Our revenues to date are 4.4 million. Our expenditures to date are 76,000. We have transferred 86,000 out to the TERS, and then our ending fund balance as of June 30th is $6 million. Within the balance in our CIP fund, we have 14 million, and those are for projects that are designated for TERS number 2. So that does conclude my presentation of the financial statements.
Thank you. In this budget, we're getting closer on the Packard Channel. I know there's some money in there with it. So on our match portion, do we have anything allocated in that?
As far as for the report pairs for Hurricane Heart, yes, we do have our full allocation already reserved within the CIP fund.
So we're covered if
Yes.
FEMA does come through by?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion to, well, no action required. Okay, next item of business is approving expenditures in accordance with the proposed TERS number 2 2021 budget. On there? Do we? I'll entertain a motion to approve. Roland, you've done all the rest of them.
I move for approval.
Second.
Have a motion, second by Ms. Guajardo. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Next is a resolution amending and reaffirming the North Padre Island Development Corporation's investment policy and investment strategies for fiscal year 2021.
Yes, Heather Hurlbert, Director of Finance, or I guess Treasurer in this capacity. This is something that has to be brought forward, just like our other boards, or other corporations, has to be affirmed. This is the city, reflects the city's investment policy. The only change that we have is that for section 4, I'm not very good at, no, section 9, I'm sorry, I'm not good at reading Roman numerals. is we have retitled that from a collateral to repurchase agreement collateralization. That's the only change in the investment policy from last year. It's just a change in that title.
I move for approval.
Have a second?
Second.
Michael, give it to
Thank you,
Michael.
Michael. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes on there. Okay, next item of business, it's 2:45. We adjourn. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, so I will reconvene our meeting now, and we will move on to section N, which is public hearings, items 21 and 22. Item number 21, zoning case number 0621-04, Date Tree Holdings LLC, District 1. Mr. Raymond.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Al Raymond, Director of Development Services. The case before you is to rezone the property located at 4606 Gulf Breeze Boulevard from RMAT Multifamily District to Multifamily Tourist Attraction District to RMAT PUD Multifamily Tourist Attraction District with a planned unit development. The purpose is to allow for the construction of a 14-unit single-family townhome development. The applicant is Day Tree Holdings LLC. The property is located along the east side of Gulf Breeze Boulevard, south of Golan Street, north of Beach Avenue. The property has approximately 150 feet of street frontage along Gulf Breeze Boulevard, which is designated as a local residential street. To the north and south are single-family homes zoned RMAT. To the east is a condominium development, Beach Place Condominium zoned RMAT SP.
Bless you.
To the west are single-family homes and a cottage development zoned RMAT. The property is 0.45 acres in size, and it is platted. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the future land use map, compatible with the neighboring properties, and with the general character of the surrounding area. This rezoning does not have a negative impact upon the surrounding neighborhood. The properties in proximity have been similarly developed within the last decade as high-density residential townhome and condominiums. This zoning pattern is in line with Plan CC policy statement of creating urban villages and accommodating continuous growth. Additionally, the subject property is located within the velocity zone according to the adopted FEMA floodplain map. The static base flood elevation of the subject property is 15 feet with 1 foot of freeboard. 57 notices were mailed out within a 200-foot notification area. 24 were returned in opposition, represented by 17 separate owners, and 0 were returned in favor. The 24 in opposition indicate that 18.3% of the landowners within the 200-foot notification area are opposed to this rezoning. The PUD deviations are as follows. RMAT district max density, RMAT district is 18 units per acre. RSTH has no max density limit. The proposed PUD is 31 dwelling units per acre. Lot area, RMTA, 5,000 square feet. Lot area, RSTH, 1,600 square feet. The proposed PUD is 704 square feet. Minimum lot width for RMTA is 50 feet. Minimum lot width for RSTH is 16 feet. The proposed PUD is 16 feet. Street yards for RMTA is 20 feet. Street yards for RSTH is 10 feet. The proposed PUD is 5 feet. This is the proposed master plan. The development consists of 10 buildings, 14 units, with parking underneath each unit, which creates 22 parking spaces. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval with conditions. Condition 1, the owner shall develop the property in accordance with the Las
Casitas.
Casitas, thank you, Del Mar development guidelines and the master site plan, and of course, compliance with the TRC comments. Number 2, sidewalks shall be provided along the subject property frontage street, which is Gulf Breeze Boulevard. Number 3, the formal request must be submitted to the solid waste department to be exempted from public refuge collection. Number 4, conditions. The conditions listed above obviously do not preclude the compliance with the UDC and other applicable codes and ordinances. And 5, the approved development will expire in 24 months if a complete building permit application is not submitted and/or C of O issued. I stand by for questions.
Councilman Lerma.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to table this. I've had some issues with some people out in the North Beach area that I need to get with. I was out all this past week, and I'd like to talk to them because we had quite a few people in opposition to this, and I'm concerned about what's going on out there. So I'd like the opportunity to talk to them, and if we can table this, ma'am.
If I may, Councilman, the applicant is here, and he's had an update on the meeting with the majority of the opposition that comes from the condominium to the east, and he has updated information that majority of them are in agreement with the development now. So maybe when we open that for public hearing, he can speak, and maybe you'll change your mind.
Okay. Okay, well, and we've got some other comments as well. Councilman Pusley?
Yeah, Mr. Raymond, explain to me what, on this number 3 under the staff recommendations about the solid waste. So the owner has made application to you that they want to do their own private septic system?
That's correct. And they own private collection, solid waste, and he has to make that request through the Department of Solid Waste.
When you say solid waste, you're talking about the garbage pickup.
Trash and refuse, yes.
Okay, not the septic system.
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir.
All right, okay. Very good. I'm good with that. Thank you.
Okay, let's see here. Let me go ahead and, I don't see any other questions at this point. I will open public comment and invite the applicant to come forth. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Gordon Awesome from 1 Virginia Hills Drive in Corpus Christi, and I've been trying to put this development together and satisfy the neighbors, and to that end, I requested a meeting with Mrs. Barbara Welder and Mr. Michael Kennedy, who were the two folks that came and objected regarding their concerns regarding parking and flooding and colors of the units. And they were kind enough to arrange a meeting at the Beach Place condominiums. And I think there were 9 people there. Mr. David Crowley, who owns the penthouse, and he owns some of the private houses and lots. And I brought my elevations and the floor plans and the site plans and the parking plans, and we talked about the flooding issues and that this property would be raised according to my contract with the city, and that the elevations were slightly modified, and we softened the color to more of a sand stucco, and we put a clay tile on the parapet to just give it a little bit of a different look. Mrs. Welder expressed her comfort with that to me, as I understood it. And it was all a very good meeting, and I called and followed up with emails, and we're talking about working together to approach the city to acquire the alley between my property and the Beach Place condominiums, the entire length of the block, so that we could convert that to a private visitor parking for all of the developments. We're talking about joining together and raising all of the properties at the same time to get some economy of scale. I'm fairly confident that the folks that, the majority of the folks that did object are comfortable with the project. And I hope you'll consider approving it at this time. We've made the effort and requests, met with their request to soften the color on it from being a stark white of the artist elevation in March to a softer look now. This process had started in late March. I was told it would take at least 6 months. I want to say that working with your development services staff on these informal meetings, I think we had 5 of them to work through code issues and zoning issues, has been an efficient process. So here I am 4 months later and hoping that you'll approve this today so that I can keep finishing the civil engineering, which has been let, and start construction by next summer. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Councilman Lerma.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. No, I think you answered my questions, Gordon, because that was my concern of the individuals that were opposing it, because there's quite a few of them out there, and I was real concerned about that, but I'm glad that you were able to get together and meet with them and resolve the situation, that type of thing. But Mayor, this is 2 readings, right? This is going to be our first reading on this one?
This is our public hearing.
Is this the second one or the first one?
No, it's the first reading.
It's the first.
It's the first one?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. It'll come back first reading.
I move to approve because I can talk to the residents this next week.
Okay, but we're still in the public hearing. just
Oh,
so-
we are in the public
okay.
hearing. But, okay, Mr. Smith.
I'll wait till.
Oh, you're waiting? Okay. Sir, thank you. I don't think we have any other questions.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, I'll go ahead and close public hearing, and
Was there anyone else who wanted to
Oh,
speak, or
I'm
is that it?
sorry.
Okay. I just wanted, I
No,
wasn't
that's-
sure.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I'll close public hearing, and Mr. Smith?
Thank you. I went through the comments, and there was a lot of objection, 22 on there, and that's pretty significant. How often do we see this? And you're reading through them and things, and you're going, the city has invested a lot in North Beach. We did $5 million in the whatever act to improve the drainage. And what we're talking about, this project, 14 units, is not much with it. And if we're going down the road of making North Beach, turning it back what it is, it's going to be a heck of a lot more than 14 units. And it's going to be a heck of a lot more traffic and all the things that these 22 people were objecting about with it. So it's a concern to me that we're putting so much attention into North Beach, and suddenly we get our first small-scale project on there,
Right.
and everybody comes to the roof. Well, we don't want it. Your paint color's not right, or traffic's going to be an issue, or these kind of things. And we cut that North Beach in half, and you talk about traffic issues and congestion and things like that. Katie barred the door on it. So, going forward with the public and what North Beach feels like, if this is indicative of North Beach as a whole, I think we need to take a serious look at this. So
We
thank you.
sure do.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I need to talk to them and say, hey, we agreed the first time with this, and then all of a sudden now I'm getting all this opposition. I want to know what's going on. We're trying to build North Beach,
Right.
and then I have opposition like this, and it concerns me. So it'll give me this week to at least go out there and talk to them and say, hey, you need to tell me what is it you want. Do you want to get it built, or you don't want to get it built? What is it you want on North Beach? So I want to clarify that with the people and the residents there. But I move to approve, ma'am.
Perfect. And we had a second, Councilman Pusley. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 22, zoning 0621-05, MVR Construction Company, and that is in District 3.
Good afternoon again, Mayor and Council. Great, as a presentation. The case before you is to rezone the property located at 6002 Greenwood Drive from RS6 Single Family 6 District to RS 4.5 Single Family 4.5 District. The purpose is to allow for the construction of a single-family residential subdivision. The applicant is MVR Construction Company. The property is located along the west side of Martin Street, south of Holly Street, and east of Greenwood Drive. The property has approximately 1,000 feet of street frontage along Martin Street, which is designated as a C1 minor collector street. Approximately 1,500 feet of street frontage along Lands Road, which is designated as a C1 minor collector street. The two proposed C1 minor collector streets border and cross through the subject property. As part of the platting process, the developer will be required or will be responsible for constructing the roads and must construct them, and the city must accept them prior to platting recordation or issuance of any residential building permits. Keep in mind, the developer does have the option to request an amendment to the UTP, which would realign the roads that dissect his property if he so chooses. The subject property is 33 acres in size, and it is not platted. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan, compatible with the adjoining properties, does not have a negative impact on the surrounding areas. To the north is a single-family residential subdivision, Saratoga Downs Unit 3, Zone RS 4.5. To the south are vacant properties, businesses, and single-family residences, Zone RS 6. To the east are vacant properties, Zone IL Light Industrial District. And to the west is a single-family residential subdivision, Saratoga Downs Unit 1, Zone RS6, Single-Family 6 District. The property is designated as on the future land use map as medium-density residential. Plan CC defines medium-density residential as 4 to 13 units per acre. This proposed property proposes 215 single-family homes, which consist of approximately 6 dwelling units per acre. 79 notices were mailed out within a 200-foot notification area. 5 were returned in opposition, represented by 3 separate owners. 0 were returned in favor. The 5 returned in opposition represents 2.45% of the landowners within the 200-foot notification area are opposed to this rezoning. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval of RS 4.5 Single Family 4.5 District, and I stand by for any questions.
Don't see that we have any questions, Mr. Raymond. We do. Councilman Pusley.
Mr. Raymond, on your slides number 7, what is the wide green path that's indicated on there? Is that a drainage easement or?
Slide number 7, yes, that's a drainage easement, sir.
It's a drainage easement. So that, is that, because if you try to overlay that, is that easement going to go away or?
Sorry, let me show you. That's the alignment. So the developer is proposing to realign it down the center, if you will, of the development. That's it in the open space.
That's in the middle. Okay,
Yes,
so
sir.
he's going to realign the drainage
Yes, sir.
easement. Okay, I'm good.
Any other questions? Okay, I will open public hearing. Is the applicant here?
Honorable Mayor and Council, Bart Brazelton Development. We're going to be the developer. The land is being purchased from MVR. We're going to be the developer and the builder of all the homes. This neighborhood is directly adjacent to a very successful neighborhood we have, cleverly named Saratoga Downs Unit 3, that has been selling as fast as we can build them, and it is an affordably priced home, or what passes for one in Corpus Christi these days. We're intending to carry that same type of home through Unit 4, and it does have, it will help This neighborhood will also help with the drainage, as you just saw. It should be a general improvement to the area. It is the end of the road for residential in this area.
Excuse me.
My father, we know this area well. My dad developed Saratoga Downs Unit 1 and 2 30 years ago when I was in kindergarten. And so we know the area very well. But if there are anything I can answer, any questions, please let me know. But we're very excited about the project.
And this is about how many homes? Mr.
215.
President? 215. And what did you say that price point was roughly?
It's going to be in the 200s.
Oh, very affordable.
And that does get to pass for affordability these days.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay. It is what it is, Councilman. Okay. Any other questions? No? Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
President. We will close, do we have any public comment in the audience? Okay. We'll close public hearing, and I will entertain a motion to approve item number 22.
I move for approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? Being none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Section P, first reading ordinances, item number 23. Ordinance appropriating airport grant number 65 for $4,103,307 from the Federal Aviation Administration pursuant to the American Rescue Plan Act to mitigate the fiscal effects stemming from the public health emergency caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Good afternoon. Motion to approve.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. The motion passes. Section Q, briefings, items number 24 and 25. Item number 24 is the proposed recycling education and inspection program to reduce contamination in recycling waste. Mr. Layfelt.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Good afternoon.
Here to provide a briefing on our contamination of our recycling program.
We can't hear you.
How's that? Okay.
Yeah.
Here to bring a briefing on our recycling contamination issue that we have been fighting. Is there a presentation we can bring up?
Mr. Layfelt, it's not loaded right now. We don't see it.
Okay, it didn't get loaded. Thank you. Very simply, I want to explain where we are with our contamination, what we have going on, and let you know of some issues that we have and some solutions that we want to bring forward. Over the last several years, our contamination in our recycling containers has been increasing steadily. Last spring, when we ran our latest audit, we actually encountered over 40% contamination in the recycle bins. That's a significant problem. When you think about it, many of our high-performing customers have little to no contamination, and in order to get a 40% average contamination, that means we've got some people that are using them almost as trash cans. A typical trash can in a community that doesn't recycle runs about 70% recyclables or percent contamination, and with 25 or 30% recyclables. So if we're running 70 to 80% contamination, that's a definite trash can. So we are fighting a problem. We've got information that just came out in a study from the SWANA, Solid Waste Association of North America, that indicates that recyclers tend to fall into three categories. One, you have your high performers. This is about 40% of the people. Most of you will fall into that category. Very little contamination. You're wanting to do it right. You take advantage of educational opportunities, and you work to know what you're supposed to do and not supposed to do. Those are not the ones we want to deal with. The next level of recyclers are what they call learners. These are the people who would like to do it right. They've got some issues. Sometimes they wishfully recycle. It should be recyclable, so they throw it in there. And these the needle can be moved with these folks as well. when it comes to contamination. The last category is what we call the underachievers or underperformers. This is about 25 to 30% of the customers, and this segment generates over 2/3 of the contamination in the cart. These are the ones that we need to deal with, and they found that just more information, educational programs, billboards, or flyers doesn't move the needle much with this group at all. And those are the ones we're talking about. These are the ones with significant contamination in their carts. When we talk about recycling contamination, what is it that we're talking about? I'm not talking about a jelly jar that didn't get rinsed out and has a little jelly left in it. That's not what we're talking about. A butter tub that has a little butter residue in it. Once again, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the flat-out contamination where they put bags of leaves and grass in their recycle cart. They throw great big garden hoses in there, bags of trash, or just plastic bags in general. Essentially, they are using it as a trash can, and it's very obvious. It's not that they didn't know any better. It's not that they couldn't do better. Many times, they just don't take the effort to do better. And those are the ones we want to focus on. The recycling triangle that we find on most of our plastic products does not tell us that the material is recyclable. It was never intended to be an identifier of recyclability. That was generated to tell the producers, the recycle manufacturers, what type of plastic they're dealing with so they know how to deal with it. Throughout the country, different communities recycle different materials based on what works in their area and what doesn't. And so that was just to help the end users know what type of plastic it is. And so that helps generate a lot of confusion in the marketplace. Had a plastic or a newspaper show up on my neighbor's front door, and it was in a plastic bag, and the bag says, "This bag is recyclable." And technically that is true. That bag is recyclable, but not in a single stream program like ours. It tends to wrap around the pulleys, it gets involved in the separation equipment, and just causes more damage than it does good. It can be recycled, but it needs to be taken to usually a grocery store that has a special collection bin for that type of plastic bag. So that's some of the confusion that we deal with. What items are we considering contamination? Glass. We don't accept glass in our system for a variety of reasons, mainly because it's very expensive, it's very heavy, it's very difficult to recycle, and when it breaks, as it will, it tends to contaminate the other recyclables in the container. Drink cartons, aluminum foil, plastic bags, styrofoam. Styrofoam is a type of plastic, but it's not recyclable in most curbside programs, and it's not recyclable in ours. Clothing, yard waste, lawn furniture, hazardous materials. We've got an excellent program for household hazardous waste at the J.C. Elliott Transfer Station, where we can take the materials, have them brought to us separately, and deal with them in a safe and environmentally secure manner. Ceramics and electronics. Those are some of the items that we're talking about. Why do I care about contamination in our recycle bins? It's expensive. We can remove the contamination, so it's not an end-of-the-world issue, but it's expensive. We spent $500,000 last year processing materials through the recycling facility that then is hauled to the landfill and buried anyway. That's a lot of money to spend to end up with putting it in the landfill. The contamination, when it gets tangled in with the bales that they're making, that also decreases the value of the bale. So they have to be very careful to clean it, remove any contamination. If it gets into the bale, then that decreases the amount of money that we're paid for it. With that, the report that we got from SWANA this last week, and then some studies, we've done some research in other local communities. We looked at Austin, Houston, McAllen, and San Antonio to see what works for other communities, what do we need to be doing, and how can we move things forward. Everything that I've looked at, all the studies I've been able to find, the cities that have successfully removed the contamination from their program have one thing in common. They look in the recycle carts to determine what's in the container in front of the house. Once they identify it, then the education program starts. It's targeted for that individual to let them know that it's not recyclable in their program. Now, some of the high performers and the learners, just one gentle reminder is more than enough. They're off and running, and it's oftentimes a thank you, didn't realize, and that cleans up the problem. The underperformers, on the other hand, cannot or will not pay attention. And so a variety of things have been developed to help those people get the message. One of those is you just don't pick up the recycle cart that has contamination in it, you leave it behind. And that's one of the things we're recommending. The first time you leave them a cart and saying it's full of trash, that's not recyclable, fix it, and we'll be back in 2 weeks to pick it up and check it and take it forward. And like I said, with the learners and the high performers, that's often more than enough to take care of the problem. The next thing that they often do is issue a charge for picking up the contaminated recyclables. That amount varies from city to city and location to location. We're recommending that on the second offense where we've found the contamination, a $25 fee. And if we find it a third time, we're recommending that fee goes up to $50. And that fee is not a fine, it's a fee to pay us for the cost of sending a special truck out there with a driver to pick up that trash and take it to the landfill. That's the program that we're recommending. It's been proven right in other areas. Our goal using this program is to reduce our contamination from over 40%, which has been rising steadily, and get it to start moving in the other direction. We're looking to get to about 20% or less by the year 2026. That's a very, very challenging goal, but we're committed to it. Cost savings from the processing fees will help fund that program. We've already funded 5 full-time employees. We've started the hiring process. We've identified inspection vehicles. We've started the purchasing process for that. And we've got an automated curbside truck that we've started the program, moving it forward. Once again, our goal is not to fine anybody or punish anybody or cause any problems. Our goal is to reduce contamination, and that's the direction we want to go. The inspectors will have flexibility. If there's an issue, they can deal with the customer, but we really want to, once again, modify behavior to get the end result that we're looking for. Where we go from here, we'll be talking to council. We're going to ask you to approve a Recycle Clean program. We're going to have to modify city ordinances. We do not currently have an ordinance allowing us to add these charges to the water bill. We're hiring the inspectors, we're purchasing the trucks, and we want to begin the inspection program in the late September, early October timeframe. I stand by for questions.
Okay, Councilman Lerma?
Thank you, Mayor. A couple of questions. You said that you wanted to, do we actually know who the individuals are that contaminate the recycle bins?
Not at this point.
And when we do, instead of providing a fine for them or something like that, why can't we just remove the recycle bin instead, since they don't recycle anyway?
That's definitely an option. The tack that staff is recommending is to move forward with charges. But that's, everything's on the table. There's a lot of different tools at work, but this is the one that we are recommending moving forward.
Well, I'd like to see the removal of the bin, because these people are not going to wind up recycling anyway. So by fining them, all you're going to do is upset them. They're going to get mad. They're going to do other crazy things. My recommendation to you guys is just remove it.
Yes,
Don't
sir.
worry about them. Thank you.
Recommendation. Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor. I would be along the same lines as Councilman Lerma. I originally thought that was one of the options, is just to remove the bin. But looking at it, you don't have that as an option here. Maybe you could put it in as a fourth offense is to remove the bin. I don't want to waste time, and then just get people angry at you for finding them.
Okay.
Just, let's.
Okay. Councilman Smith, what are your thoughts?
Yeah. Thank you. And we approved 4 vehicles, is that correct, David?
It's actually 5 vehicles. We have 4 right-hand drive vehicles that we can use for inspection, and then we're purchasing a curbside automated garbage truck to be able to come along behind and collect the trash before it's picked up by the recycle truck.
So we're already ongoing. And I agree with my fellow council members. I'm looking at the chart, the 4 sample cities, 3 of them, their final is removal. And in McAllen, you get 2 strikes and then 1250 more, and you just get another cart with it. And that's probably why a lot of these folks that really just put their garbage in there, they just might not have enough space. So I don't know if you visited with McAllen on the success of their program, because it's contamination. If it's 80 to 50%, the first offense is notice and education, and then the second offense is remove cart and add $12.50 for another cart.
Right.
So
McAllen is one of those that everybody there was using it as a second trash cart. 80% contamination is the trash can.
Yeah.
And so they were very aggressive, and they have moved the needle from 80% to 50%, and they're still working on it. They've still got a long way to go. The other communities used a little softer approach because they weren't quite so far out of line to begin with, and they've also moved the needle significantly. So,
So in Austin, it's the 4th offense in the cart's history. Houston, they just won't pick it up on the 4th offense. McAllen, second offense, you remove the cart, and then San Antonio, third offense, and remove the cart. And I think we ought to have that, death penalty type on there. That why spend a lot of time on people that you can't change their behavior? And like you say, there's 3 cohorts of that behavior with it, and they're the ones. They're the ones costing the citizens of this city $500,000 a year. It's not the other 2.
Yes, sir.
Well, and I guess you're saying, Greg, to do straight to taking it away?
No, I think we ought to give a little bit of notice on there. No, I'm not saying that, but I think our finals, whether it's the second, third, or 4th offense, personally, my 1 out of 9, that we do have the death penalty on there, and the cart is history.
Yes, absolutely. But I think too, because I agree, Councilman Hernandez and Lerma, on the surface, you think, well, why even play games? If you're gonna not really do it, then don't, because this is optional too. But if it's optional, they have the can or whatever, what is it, the basket. And the other thing too is, it's not that we want in or out, because we want these people to recognize, here's why you should, and be educated in doing so, opposed to these numbers they won't be in our favor no matter what if we just cut people out, opposed to let's give some education, and maybe they will say, I should do it this way, or I remember the triangle with the 1 and a 2 is a 100% recyclable item. The triangle with a 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, not 100%, right?
Right. So what I hear you saying is we want to work to educate those that are willing to be educated, and train them and move them to the high performer category with the initial inspections. But when they become calcitrant and just aren't willing, or just won't follow the rules and insist on contamination, at that point you're saying remove the cart.
I'm saying, I like the programs they have here, because they're gaining good recyclers. They're gaining good recyclers by not cutting them out. Second offense, not even third, minus San Antonio. San Antonio does not mess around.
One of the things that is important to notice in that chart is that all of the cities have managed to move the needle lower.
Right.
But the number of recyclers that they have actually, or customers they've cut from the recycling program, has been fairly minor.
Right.
so that the overall performance of their programs is positive. They are taking the approach that you mentioned, where they try to educate where education works.
Right.
But those that just don't want to play the game, they then remove the card
Right.
at that point.
Councilman Pusley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I guess we have to be careful that we don't cut our nose off to spite our face, because the whole idea of doing this recycling program, back when it was done years ago, was to eliminate the amount of things that we were taking to our landfill.
Yes, sir.
And if we start just going out and jerking people's recycle bin, then we're going to be right back to putting it in the,
That's right.
dump again. I guess education is going to be your key here, because like I said last time, I wasn't necessarily in favor of this, because, my wife and I are empty nesters, and we might have to put our recycle can out every other time it's due, because we just don't, and, our garbage can may have one bag in it. But, the first time I get fined, I'm going to call you and have you come get my recycle bin. Because, but I guess I want to divert just a minute. David, I had you put some information together for me. Our recycle program, when it started out, or going back to 2016, we did a 5-year look back, or I asked you to. It was costing the city about $200,000 a year. It got up as high as $800,000 a year in 2020, and we renegotiated earlier this year, and we've gotten it down to a little under $700,000. And in that same time period, for residential customers, we've only increased, the cost of residential customers by a little over $2. So this recycle situation, or the cost of it, is escalating exponentially, it seems like.
And it is, the cost is going up, and I haven't charted it compared to contamination, but the two charts, just from memory, seem to track fairly close. The other thing that's a little difficult with the cost of recycling is because the cost of materials fluctuates so tremendously.
Right.
And so right now, the price of plastic is so very valuable that we're getting a good return on our investment. If the markets go the other way, you'll see the chart change dramatically in areas that we have absolutely no control over. That's just a market-driven factor. So the cost, we've held costs very steady on our residential fees. Once again, this year we did not request a pay or rate increase. And so you're right, we've held it fairly steady for the last 5 years. A couple dollars a month has been pretty reasonable.
But unless we can hold that cost down, we're not going to be able to do that. So then we have to call into question whether or not this is, worth doing anymore, if we can't improve how we run the business. And so I guess in setting through our budget hearings that we've been having the last couple of weeks, one of the questions that has come up several times is, how do we truly become environmentally conscious here about what we do? And I look at the list of things that we don't allow to put into our recycle program, and that's plastic bags and glass and styrofoam are three of the. And Richard Martinez was here last week and showed a picture of the floatables out here going into our bay, and 80% of that was styrofoam cups.
Yes, sir.
Have you had any information about other cities and what they do about the styrofoam cup problem, or any cities asking vendors to convert to something else?
Styrofoam.
Yes, and that's something
Victor
that
loves
is
styrofoam.
very regionally variable. Most cities, most of my counterparts pull their hair out when they talk about styrofoam, because styrofoam belongs in the landfill. That's where styrofoam belongs. It's hard for a guy to say that who supports recycling and who supports composting, but the proper place for that is in the landfill, because it is so difficult to recycle responsibly. And what's happening what gets in the bay is not the typical homeowner residential styrofoam that we're talking about here. That goes into your transient population that's moving through an area. They buy things, they walk along, they drop it. They're either sightseeing, they're not paying attention. And that's why we brought up the litter critter crew, because I got very frustrated with having calls for litter along the street that we don't have any way to pick up.
Yeah.
And so that's why we asked for a two-man crew with a pickup truck and a trailer is to pick up some of that stuff before it goes into the bay. We've looked at different ways to put an interceptor into the storm drains to try to capture it before it gets into the bay.
Right.
Because that is a very tough material to capture out once it's on the ground. So from the residential homeowner, styrofoam, it goes in the trash can. Glass, on the other hand, is recyclable. Not in our program currently, but once we get moving a little farther, we've got a plan to bring in a glass crusher. My research in the state of Texas tells me that not a single entity in the state truly recycles it and makes it back into glass bottles. They turn it into a grit that is used as an abrasive or as a sand substitute. And almost every city that I've found that does recycle glass actually turns it into a sand substitute. And we have that plan moving forward. So we're looking at that aspect of it. We've got the compost facility that you have so well supported and approved. 2/3 of what goes in the trash can, most of the times can go in the recycle or the composting can. And so that's going to give us another option to remove it from the landfill. Just our initial stab at it indicates that we'll be removing almost 100,000 tons of organics from the landfill once we get the compost facility up and running. And that's without approaching the curbside portion of it. So we're moving a lot of projects forward from an environmental standpoint. We're looking at a lot of different things, but there's so many different moving parts that we're juggling trying to get that done. So reducing the contamination is one of the options that we're moving forward with, and we've got the others that we're working with as well.
Well, I wish you luck. I just want to reiterate what the mayor was saying. We have to be careful that we don't claim we're cutting down our contamination rate because we're jerking cans out of
Right.
people's yards. So
Yeah.
we have to be careful with that.
And Councilman, I mean, ultimately, what I hear in what you just asked is it comes down to a strong program, which, Mr. Zanoni, I think we need to be setting after a city who already has one. A strong program. It needs to be, I've not seen something super strong, and I know it's super hard because you've got a lot of parts to this. But at the end of the day, I see 3 styrofoam cups, no 4. Mr. Zanoni's got one too. 4 styrofoam. So what do? The city stops buying styrofoam cups, and we do cardboard, which is recyclable. You start with the smallest.
I have that too.
You've got 2, you're right. All right, you're playing both sides of the fence there. Both sides. So that's what you do. So whoever's in charge, and it sounds so silly right now that I'm talking about who buys these cups. It needs to stop because we're sitting here, to your point, Councilman, talking about how much money we're spending, but yet your colleague over there is drinking out of a styrofoam cup. Oh, God, there's 5 styrofoam cups. So we have to do, cheers. Hey, my husband likes to have his drink out of styrofoams. I don't like it. But you know what? I'm gonna end with this because again, this comes down to education. So the U.S. EPA, their goal by 2030 is to achieve 50% recycling. That's for just the United States. Top states that recycle are Maine, 72%, Vermont, Massachusetts, Oregon. Texas ranks number 42. National Geographic says 91% of plastic is not recycled. Penn State, act of recycling paper instead of making it from trees generates 74% less air pollution and uses 50% less water. And Recycle Across America says every second, 695 plastic bottles are thrown away. It takes 500 plus years for them to decompose in a landfill. So I'll leave y'all with that info because it is all about education, passing that on, and putting it into play. So no more styrofoam cups, missus. I don't even know who buys these, but I'm sorry, this is very important to me, so I'm glad. And I thank you for what you're doing, because this is yet, as we were talking about with the ordinance we just passed, it's a best practice. The vehicle, in the yards, this is the same thing. Once we do this, it is a legacy for this council, because we need to take steps to make our environment a better environment for generations to come. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, where are we? It's just a briefing, okay. So we've got one more item left. Item number 25, the tax year 2021 Truth in Taxation Briefing. Last year's.
Good afternoon, Heather Hilbert, Director of Finance. Okay, wait for my presentation to be brought up. Okay. So at the last week's meeting, we had the item where we needed council to vote to set the rate above the anticipated rate above the effective tax rate. And so questions did come up. We didn't have all the final calculations because of some challenges with the new forms and some of the numbers coming through CAD. So we wanted to go ahead and update council on what those are. Along with that, I wanted to take this opportunity. There had been those legislative changes in 2019, and so some of the terminology changed. So I wanted to go ahead and walk through that so that we all are speaking the same language. So next slide, please. Okay. So the Texas Constitution requires that local taxing units make taxpayers aware of tax rate proposals and to afford taxpayers the opportunity to limit tax rate increases. And then under our tax code, chapter 26, so this is the section within the tax code that defines how we calculate tax rates, what notices are required, and what hearings are required. And it also defines the process. And so the process is that the local taxing agency drafts a budget, and then you calculate the tax rate. Then you publish a notice on that tax rate. You hold a public hearing and allow public input. You adopt the tax rate, and then if need be, you hold an election. And as I mentioned, Senate Bill 2, which was adopted during the 2019 legislative session, which was first effective in our last fiscal year, changed our terminologies, timelines, notice requirements, and really changed a lot of the terminology. Next slide, please. So walking through the different tax rates that we talk about. So the first one is the no new revenue tax rate, what used to be called the effective tax rate. So that is a tax rate that effectively produces the same revenue as the prior year based off of the new appraised value of the same base property. So basically taking those pieces of property that were within our certified tax rolls the prior year, taking the value in the current year, looking at what tax rate produces the same revenue as last year. So effectively it produces, and so that's why it's called the no new revenue rate. And so that does take in consideration the increases in existing properties, but no new properties that are added to the tax rolls. So then you have the voter approval rate, or what used to be called the rollback rate. So this is the maximum tax rate that can be adopted before triggering an automatic election for approval. So one thing that changed is it used to be that if you adopted a tax rate over the rollback rate, the voters would have to petition for an election. Now, under the new Senate Bill 2 that was adopted in 2019, it is an automatic election. It doesn't have to be a petition for. It just by adopting a tax rate over the rollback rate triggers an automatic election. So then we have our no new revenue maintenance and operations rate. So this is the amount that is increased by the 3.5%. So it's not the full tax rate that can be increased by 3.5%. It used to be 8%. We could go up to 8% to get the rollback rate. But the no new revenue rate, maintenance and operation rate, is the one that's increased by the up to 3.5% to come up with that voter approval tax rate. So then we have our interest and sinking rate, which is the portion of the tax rate that pays for our debt service. So for those tax-supported debt service, our debt that is tax-supported, that part of the tax rate supports those payments on an annual basis. And so the interest and sinking rate plus the no new revenue maintenance and operation rate put together creates our voter, increased by 3.5% produces the voter approval tax rate. So then we are also able to use our unused increment. And so now anything between, if your tax rate that you adopt is lower than the voter approval tax rate, you can bank that increment and use it within a 3-year period. So if we have half a cent left over, that's an increment between that, you can roll it to the next year, add that to your tax rate to get a higher voter approval tax rate. Next slide, please. So the process of creating of the calculation is, first you calculate the no new revenue rate, which this year is 0.616436. And then you calculate the no new revenue M&O rate, or the maintenance and operation rate, which is you take the, sorry, lost my thought there. So you take that rate and then you increase it by 3.5% to come up with the voter approval maintenance and operation rate. Then you add the interest and sinking rate to that, and that is your new voter approval rate. You can add any unused increment to that voter approval rate and produces your upper voter approval rate, and then you can have your unused increment. So this year we're proposing a 0.646264 tax rate, so we will have a 0.6 cents rollover or unused increment when we go into next fiscal year, or next tax year. Next slide, please. So like I said, we have the unused increment. Our interest and sinking rate is 0.219458, which is the same since our tax year, fiscal year 2019. So when we talk about what our increment is that we can support new debt, what we do is we look at that tax rate and we say, okay, with the revenue that we anticipated produce, up to what debt service can we support? So when we're looking at bond elections and we say, okay, we think we can issue up to $100 million in bond or whatever that number is, we try to maintain under that INS rate. Then we have our maintenance and operation rate, which again, that's the one that we increased by the 3.5%. Next slide, please. So for this year, our no new revenue rate is 0.616436. So that is a tax rate that produces the same amount of revenue on the same properties as the prior year. We have our voter approval rate, which as calculated is 0.644024. We have unused increment of 0.008479. We add that to it for our upper level of our voter approval rate is 0.652503. And our proposed tax rate is 0.646264. Which is the same rate as the prior 2 fiscal years. So we're not proposing an increase in the tax rate, but because it does produce more revenue than last year, it is considered an increase in the tax rate. And that's one of the things that by the required language that has to be read when we adopt that tax rate will say that we actually are increasing our tax rate because it does produce more revenue than the prior fiscal year or tax year. So that concludes my presentation. I am available for any questions.
Okay, Councilman Smith?
Thank you, Heather. I'm glad Austin's keeping things nice and simple with it. Part of that truth in taxation. Let's make it easily understandable. And in trying to wade through that, so we will have 0.6 of 1 cent to carry over. So if inflation or property values rise 4.1 cent next year, we could maintain the same tax rate and be within the whatever the new
voter approval rate. Yes.
I'm thinking of the rollback rate.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so
yes.
we're actually banking, like you say, that's the easy terminology on
exactly.
there. It gives us a little bit of flexibility, and I think we all know what property values are doing right now. They're just going through the absolute roof on there. Okay, well, thank you for clarifying this very complex deal. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Councilman Hernandez, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Well, I'm having my, I guess you could say, our virtual town hall for District 5. I expect you to explain this.
Sure.
No,
It's really easy. It only takes 2 or 3 steps.
I'm
Yeah,
kidding.
yeah.
I'm kidding. No, I understand how this works, but it is somewhat convoluted in trying to explain it.
It is.
So for the end-all be-all, we will not need to have this go to the voters, basically.
Exactly. We will be adopting,
Right.
if the council moves forward with adopting the 0.646264 tax rate, that will be below our voter approval tax rate, so it will not prompt a election to approve that.
So we have a clearance of 0.006239 cents.
Yes.
That we made it under the bar.
Yes.
Okay. To be as clear as mud, that makes sense.
Okay.
Thanks.
Councilman Pusley.
Yes, what's the total new revenue generated by this tax rate?
It's a little over 2. We have about $325 million in new valuation, and I believe it's a little over $2 million. I don't know the exact, I apologize, I don't know the exact dollar
Well,
amount.
that's above what it created last year.
Yes.
With the same tax rate, a little over $2 million.
Based off of the new property values.
Right, right. And so,
Not-
again, I think I asked this last time, when we used to calculate the effective tax rate, they did not penalize you for new growth. Is that still true under
That
this?
is still true, yes. So that
Okay.
out of our increase, 325 million of that was properties that had not been on the tax roll in the prior fiscal year.
Right.
So that is excluded when you're looking at that year over year.
Okay.
Along with anything that was under, that we lost value due to appeals or any type of court-related things, anything that we lost value is adjusted also.
Right. And are we checking each year with the appraisal district? I know we ran into a situation a few years ago where the appraisal district had been banking the overages that came up, and it equaled quite a sum of money, and they had to do a refund to all the taxing entities here in Nueces County. If we haven't checked on that in a while, we need to ask about it.
Okay. I'm not sure. I'll look into that.
Okay.
Okay, I think that's it, Heather.
Okay.
Yes. All righty, well, thank you very much for the presentation. Okay, there being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.